Welcome back to Northern Perspective, everyone. I'm Cypher.
And I'm Barnaby.
Yeah, so let's just flip right over, shall we? So, unfortunately, Fox can't be with us tonight. She'll be with us in spirit. She's probably watching the stream in the other room. So she'll be monitoring everything Barnaby says to make sure he doesn't mess up. And no doubt she may or may not be in the chat. So, but this is why we have understudies, right? So, anyhow, we were debating whether or not to do a live stream tonight. That's why we didn't post it until later. But glad to see so many people pop on. It's amazing how many people just jump on our live streams at the last minute. So make sure you get those likes up. We're at 257. A lot of people need to be notified that this stream is on. So the more of you that like the stream, the more people are going to be notified that the stream is actually on, and the more people that get to see the ridiculousness of David Yao. And the only reason I say that is because in generating the thumbnail, I jumped to a random framing committee and saw him in a very, very peculiar circumstance. Let's just say that. So, and we didn't get to see anything today. I haven't watched question period. We haven't watched committee because I've been working all day. Barnaby's been working all day, and Fox has been nursing her situation all day. So it's been interesting. So anyhow, and no eating during the stream, Barnaby.
Yeah, everybody. Jester's doing my job in chat tonight, so throw your questions in here. Well, actually, tonight it's a weeknight play. We're not doing questions tonight.
No, we're not doing questions, so we're good.
And Goku Donnie, yes, I definitely have a voice. Here it is. Ta-da!
And can I just get a sound check from everybody? Barnaby's sound is okay. Everyone can hear him all right. Well, that'll take a minute to come out, and we can hear everything, Barnaby. Just bear in mind, this is the fun of live streams: trying to drink quietly, trying to eat quietly. So we hear all the ice rattling around. So there you go.
That glass of ice was a bad idea.
Mm-hmm. So looks like we're good. Somebody says he all quiet. Other people say some people say all good. So all right. Well, I'll go with the loud and clear. But so just stick.
Don't worry, Carolyn, Kevin, or Kevin. Sorry, Kevin. That avatar is not what I look like. I wish I looked that good.
There you go. All right, so we'll just quickly go through the standard rules for a committee live stream for those that are new here. Unlike standard live streams, we are not taking any questions due to the fact that this is a bit quote-unquote shorter of a meeting. I think it was 2 hours and 10 minutes. So this committee live stream will probably go about 3 hours. So in order to get through that, we will not be taking questions. We will be taking super chats only. Thank you very much, everybody. And keep making sure you ring that doorbell on the way in, as Humble Tracker says, so we can ensure that we get the word out. And I don't want to hear anything about Khalid, Barnaby. Or otherwise I will mute your ass. So
oh, come on, we're gonna get to see some of my girl tonight.
No, I don't want to. I'll skip her. If you say anything, I'll skip her. I don't want to hear any drooling.
30 seconds.
I want nothing. Anyway, couple things. Midienso joining as NP supporter. Thank you very much for that. Gibb Salisbury with a 279 super chat. Fox, hope you're feeling better. Thank you so much for that. And Canadian Commando with a $2 super chat. Feel better, Fox. We will miss you on the live stream. We certainly will, because I have to put up with Barnaby the whole time. So, but in all seriousness, it probably would have been a bit more boring without me and Barnaby at the same time. So thank you very much for that. And thanks for Jester for being our resident bouncer. So as the rules go, respect the chat and respect the show. No soliciting, selling, or anything in between. And let's try and keep it to parliamentary language, as we may or may not have children watching. So thank you very much for that. Cameron Jason with a $5 super chat. Thanks once again, NP, on tonight's OGO. Janice nearly has a glasses throwing moment, and Bernier was behind it all. And 420 hitter joins his NP support. Thank you very much. And everybody, you will be probably the first to know the MP interview has been posted as a premiere for tomorrow at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So the show will kick off tomorrow at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The audio could have been better because all of the MPs were in a boardroom, but we work with what we have, don't we? So it doesn't detract from the discussion that we had and the answers and the fact that Northern Perspective got to interview 4 MPs here. Like, come on, it's how ridiculous is that? Considering a year ago nobody knew about us at all. So, and it's all thanks to you folks here. So thank you very much for helping us get to where we are. Kathy Sharp, member for 3 months. Please up the volume on Barnaby. All right, I will do what I can there. Let's see.
Bear with me, folks. I do not have as good a microphone as the other two do.
No, you don't. So I have him up as much as I can. That's 200%. So just make sure you're kissing the microphone as much as you can, Barnaby, and I think we should be fine. So
I'll just get right in there. Yeah.
That's right. Well, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure you'll get right in there as soon as as soon as Khalid comes on. So
I think I can boost my microphone just a little bit from this end. Is that any better, everybody?
Oh, sounds good from my end. So, okay, folks, I think it's time that we get to committee. So, everybody, whoa, calm down. Says listless receptionist. Okay, just to give people who may not know who David Yao is some context. David Yao is a person. I was going to say gentleman, but I corrected myself. He is a person who we first came across when we were doing the initial deep dive into ArriveCan back in the fall. David Yao is the Chief Executive Officer, or CEO, of Dalian Enterprises, Inc. And this is the company that was in the exact same building, in the exact same office, sharing the exact same staff as Cordex Incorporated. Now, Cordex has about 45 employees. Dalian has 3. And why do they have 3? Well, that's a very good question. They have 3 because they need a 33% representation of Indigenous people in order to be able to take advantage of the government Indigenous procurement program, which means that if you're an Indigenous corporation that are bidding on contracts, you get an advantage because the government has this program where it favors an indigenously owned business. But you have to have 33% of employees in order to do that. The problem is what does Dalian do? Well, they can't do any work with only 3 employees, right? So what they do is they subcontract that out to Cordex and Dalian, so it's basically a scam on the government and what they've been doing. And then
it's technically correct though, right? Because they have 2 employees out of 3 or 1 employee out of 3, 30%, right?
It sure is technically correct, and Futurama would say the best kind of correct. Not in this case, in my opinion. But there it is.
Dirty, but above board, like legal but dirty, dirty but legal. I love those.
Exactly. So, and then if that wasn't bad enough, it was recently reported that not only is David Yao the CEO of Dalian, he was also, or is also, an employee of the Department of National Defense. So what does that mean, ladies and gentlemen? It means he's a public servant that is getting contracts through his owned company from the government, and in some cases, from the agency that he's actually working at. That's called, what is that? What is that term? Oh yeah, it's called a conflict of interest. And you're supposed to disclose that, if you have any sort of conflict of interest, to the government. So this is why David Yao has been summoned before committee today. And I imagine it's going to get quite interesting as we get into this. So Without further ado, and I want to make sure I am not missing anybody who has put in any super chats. So I got that
I'm
one.
seeing 595 likes so far, folks, and 954 watchers. And now I can actually badger you guys in person. So let's do this. Come on, let's get those likes up, guys.
And Huntsford with a $5 super chat. I think this was from before. Barnaby needs to have his volume turned up. Feel better, Fox. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to this amazing channel. Louise A. King with a $5 super chat. Just remember, Cypher, if Barnaby gets out of control, you can always pull a Fergus on him. Absolutely. I have the mute button right here. Wishing blessings and good health to you, Fox. So lots of love for Fox. She'll really appreciate that. You'll be making her smile all night, folks. So, all right. Elsie, the other host, that's Barnaby, who is usually in chat. So, so the bar will be closed today, unfortunately, but Barnaby's mouth will be open. So,
that's wrong.
Let's get to it, folks.
Welcome our witness, David Yo, business owner, who's joining us, as I said, by video conference. Mr. Yo, I appreciate you making yourself available to us today. And as discussed with the clerk, you have an opening statement of up to 5 minutes, please. So without further ado, I'll turn things over to you if you'd like to speak to us for up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I hope everybody can hear me fine.
Yes, we can.
I would like to start off by saying thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. This land that we gather on today is a traditional, ancestral, and ceded territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation and is now home to many other First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. I'm a descendant of treaty signing Chief Robert Franklin, who is my great-grandfather, and has past Chief of Alderville First Nation. He was also a World War I veteran. I hold Alderville First Nations community near and dear to my heart, as this what forms my Indigenous ancestry. I have family that live there, and my father is also buried there next to my great-grandfather. I too am an Indigenous veteran, who served with the Canadian Army for 14 years from 1987 to 2001. Following this, I joined the Canadian Armed Forces Reserves for another 10 years from 2001 to 2011. From September 1991 to February of 1992, I was deployed to Cyprus as a part of a UN mission with the 2nd Battalion Royal Canadian Regiment. I was a C9 machine gunner and driver along the front lines for 6 months. From August till November 2010, I was deployed in Afghanistan as a contractor for the Department of National Defense to deliver a high-assurance security capability to Kandahar. We also went outside the wire to all of the forward operating bases as well. I received a commander's commendation for my contribution to Task Force Kandahar. I'm a tactical security specialist with expertise and certifications in high assurance guarding technologies for the Canadian Armed Forces, both on mobile platforms and security areas within the CAF, or specialty areas within the CAF. In 2002, I founded Dalian Enterprises, a hardware, software, cybersecurity company, and the Government of Canada is Dalian's primary customer. In 2002 until September of 2023, I was not an employee of the Canadian government in any capacity, but a contractor providing IT professional services through Dalian to the Department of National Defense. Since 2002, Dalian has been regularly audited by Indigenous Services Canada to confirm compliance with all requirements with the procurement strategy for Indigenous business, and the company has passed every one of them, including one just recently in February 2024. The PSIB is designed to help Indigenous entrepreneurs like me start and grow a business by providing them access to procurement opportunities within the Government of Canada, either directly or through partnership. The PSIB has been successful in helping many Indigenous-owned companies, including Dalian, to launch, grow, and prosper. In late September 2023, long after the completion of all work on ArriveCan by Dalian, my professional relationship changed with the Department of National Defense. It changed from that of a consultant providing IT professional security services to a public service employee with the PIPSI union. That happened on the 19th of September, 2023. So I'll say that again, 19th of September, 2023. Due to this change, I took steps to address any conflict of interest concerns by entering into a confidentiality, non-disclosure, no access agreement with Dalian, in which I agreed to refrain from participating in any Dalian proposals, projects, contracts, ventures, or any other activity relating directly or indirectly to the National Defense Department. Since becoming a public service employee of National Defense, I've honored that agreement, have not been involved in any management of our operations at Dalian, and have not had access to Dalian confidential information of any kind.
Okay, so why is he talking about all of this? What do you think, Barnaby?
Oh, he's trying to, and he's trying to garner virtue points, I think, in all of this. Wearing the medals, this is also, the whole room as a raid behind him. There's just, it's so over the top. Honestly, I kind of can't believe it's reality.
Yeah, I think it's a way that he thinks he's going to establish credibility before the committee. And not just committee, but Canadians, because everybody knows that Northern Perspective watches this stuff, and that means thousands and thousands of Canadians watch this stuff. So you end up having a guy that, like, look, just to the left of him. You have a plaque saying Afghanistan. Interesting that that's pointed directly at the camera. And you have pictures on the right. You have a army cap. You have pictures of him in the armed forces up to the top right.
Well, the other thing too is that if you're a decorator, let's step out of the role of political commentating right now. If you're just a decorator, do you put everything on one wall in like a 6-foot square?
Right.
Or do you spread it out?
And those framed plaques, those would be on a wall, typically.
Yeah.
So let's just say he looks like Tua put on his quote-unquote dress uniform. And he's trying to throw all of the virtue cards at once. Now, serving in the armed forces is something that should be applauded, and I think we all agree on that. Now, being deployed to Cyprus and saying he was a machine gunner, I don't know the ins and outs of all geopolitical conflicts, but I don't believe that there was any real issues in Cyprus at the time. I could be completely off base there.
My understanding with our military abroad is that that even in places where you think it's fairly peaceful, that they've been shot at. They just don't really talk about it that much.
Could be. When he was in Kandahar, he was a radio operator. Now, does that mean that he shouldn't be, thanked for going to Kandahar for us? No. But he's just trying to establish credibility. Now, here's the other thing that he said. Well, I wasn't involved in the management of Dalian and everything like that, and I wasn't privy to confidential information and everything like that. But guess what? Okay, so your other two employees were, and your company that you're CEO of, that you're owner of, got paid millions of dollars. So your argument is that, well, I didn't see any of the contracts. I didn't participate in it. I just received all the money for them. like, come on, man. That's
more than that, though. I mean, it's not giving anything away that I'm part of a business with 10 people in it. I know everything that's going on. Okay? Everything. With people who I don't even talk to most of the time. I know what they're doing. This is absolutely ridiculous.
So, anyway, before we go any further, we have Gokodani with a $5 super chat. His honor is clearly for sale. If he ever had any. What an absolute clown. Wow. How does he show his face in any legion and get to stay standing? That's a good question. And we have Mixter Excuses. Nice to see you back. He's acting like a national war hero and would never do Canada wrong with those fancy medals. Daniel with a 279 super chat. Lots of bragging, off to a bad start, right? No, this guy could use a bout of humble pie. Lady Luck with a $7 super chat. Thank God for the files market. He got lots of props. Susan Canada with a $28 super chat. Hit the like so more Canadians can see this. Thank you to those that have. Yeah, we're still about 300 behind, everybody, if you wouldn't mind getting that up.
Not doing bad on the ratio tonight, guys. 800 likes, it looks like. 1,172 people watching. That's a better ratio than normal at this point.
We're getting there. Canadian Commando with a $2 super chat. He should be wearing the mini medals or not at all. Yeah, because we do definitely have some service members in our chat on a regular basis. Jerry Savoy with a $5 super chat. 400 like is missing. Please hit like or we'll be in the penalty box. Yeah, with the Deloitte. He'll be sitting with Cameron McDonald and Tony Utano. Okay, let's continue.
I also made appropriate conflict of interest filings with the National Defense Department, resigned as director and officer of Dalian, and put my Dalian shares into a blind trust. Unfortunately, no one from the media ever contacted Dalian before publishing reports late in February. They suggested that I was a public service employee for decades. This resulted in an unfounded allegation at D&D, and unfounded allegation at D&D that I was in conflict of interest. I understand that D&D has now made a statement that there was no conflict of interest, but I have already made the choice and resigned from the public service after just 168 days, mostly due to all of this very difficult situation. So even more disappointingly, no one from the federal government has ever contacted Dalian or myself before undertaking the unprofound action of terminating all contracts with Dalian, hardware and software, and professional services, suspending security clearances, suspending Dalian and Craddox from continuing current work and competing for future opportunities with the Government of Canada, their primary customer for 22 years and 29 years respectively. This all happened within 48 hours without due diligence or, in our concept, due process. There's not been a single review, investigation, or audit, report, or study that has indicated Dalian or Craddox did anything wrong or illegal during ArriveCan or the ArriveCan project or any other government project that we've been involved with. Despite this, and as a result of these unfounded terminations and suspensions, hundreds of employees and consultants are already out of work, or soon will be, from both companies. Neither company has done nothing wrong or different for the past 2 and 3 decades of working with the federal government. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. That went a little over time. People might recognize, but I did want to give you an opportunity to just get your words on the record. Turning now to our first round, we have Mr. Barrett. You have the floor for 6 minutes, please.
On what date did you start your employment with the Government of Canada?
Not even hello.
Mr. Chair, the Government of Canada start date was the 19th of September, 2023.
Okay, I'll circle back to that. On what date were you first employed in any capacity with the Government of Canada, including in the Canadian Armed Forces?
That would be start date of December 17th, 1987.
Have you been employed by any other departments other than as a regular reserve member of the Canadian Armed Forces and the Department of National Defense?
So the short answer is no, but I'm assuming that you're talking about my consulting work.
We'll get to that. You mentioned the date of September 19th, 2023. That was the date that you said what happened?
That was the date that I started as a public service employee.
And did anything else happen on that date that's noteworthy for the work of this committee?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
So we have in the documents that the committee has received, it says that that the department signed a contract with you on that very same date. So I find that interesting that on September 19th of 2023, you were both awarded a contract and awarded a job in the public service. Does Dalian have contracts that are current with the Government of Canada?
Not currently, no, because they were all terminated.
So the number is 0.
Number is 0.
Are you able to, is Dalian able to fully do business with the Government of Canada or bid on work?
No, we are not. We have been suspended from all security clearances, obviously pending this discussion and other discussions ongoing. And all of our contracts have been terminated. So by virtue of that, there is no ability to execute. Yeah.
Barrett, well, just remember, they always know where they're going, and there's always a foundation being laid. So like even his, what was the date you joined the government? And he gave the date. What else happened on that date? Because he knew exactly what the answer.
Oh yeah, it's implied heavily that he knows something about that date.
Mm-hmm. So, it's interesting to see what his plan of attack here is, but we'll see where he's going.
How many subcontractors do you have?
That is a really good question. From a professional services standpoint, I would actually have to get back to you on that. From a hardware and software perspective, we have 4 or 5 that we use. Yeah.
Sir, if you're going to get back to us with the number, can you also provide the committee with the names of those subcontractors?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
If you'd note that for us, please, Chair.
Noted.
Was GC Strategies ever a subcontractor of Dalian?
Yes, he was. Yes, they were.
Again, I spend, a large portion of my time, or I spent a large portion of my time with the Defense Department, whether it was my 168 days as a public servant, or whether it was, my consulting time at the department. So, to answer your question, the obvious answer is yes, but the aspect of them, working with us, I'd have to get more detail for you. Yeah.
He didn't ask you that.
What was that?
This is a guy who's going to do terribly, because he offered more information than what was asked, and this is the golden rule when you're being questioned: is you answer the question. You don't offer more information, otherwise you're going to get yourself into a lot of trouble.
I was gonna say somebody needs to reach in from outside of frame and hand him a shovel. He needs one.
Yeah.
So you can provide us with the when and on which contracts?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we know, of course, that they were, and I appreciate you indicating even a tertiary awareness of it, but. They were caught not following security requirements for government contracts. For all of your contracts with the government, knowing that GC Strategies did not meet security requirements, are you able to guarantee the security of all of the contracted work that you have done with the Government of Canada?
Again, the short answer would be yes, because we are, ISO certified in our processes. But a large part of this happens to be with as a prime contractor with the federal government, whether it's, an Aboriginal set-aside contract or not, because we've had both in the past. But I would say that, in retrospect to that, if they have some kind of misgivings on their security clearances, that would be tracked through, and we should have awareness of that at our own security shop. So I've never been told of any, issues with the security clearance side of things with GC. And again, I've just been, read into this file over the last number of months, and it hasn't come up as an issue.
So are you aware of the reports that I'm referring to, that GC Strategies did not follow the security requirements for contracts with the Government of Canada? Is that something that you've been aware of prior to my speaking of it with you just now?
No, it isn't. You'd have to give me more details on the actual security requirements that were actually, not followed. Because I'm not aware of any that they didn't.
So he just said something interesting. So in this exchange, he's talking about their security contractor. They're talking about. Did he not mention they were ISO certified?
Yes. 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 Well, this is where I'm going with this too. Go ahead.
Yeah. No. He should absolutely know if he's following ISO standards.
He should know.
And his contractors are ISO certified, or presumably should be. That would mean that he should have oversight into everything. He should know exactly what's going on with all of their contractors.
Especially you're CEO of a company of 3 people. And the other thing to this is you're purporting yourself to be a security expert. So your company is allegedly providing security expertise. You yourself are a consultant providing security expertise. You are then asked, one of your subcontractors, are you aware that they were not practicing the Government of Canada security practices in order to be a proper contractor of the Government of Canada? And your answer is, I don't know. Sorry. Like, you immediately have mud on your face, and we're what, 10 minutes in? So this is not going to go well for you, Mr. Yo.
Have you or your partner at Dalian ever provided any hospitality to any Government of Canada employees?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Have you or your partner at Dalian ever met with government employees outside of government offices?
I know I have not, and I can say that this is not something that is even remotely looked at from an internal perspective, but as far as I'm aware, no.
Did you ever meet with Christian Firth of GC Strategies?
I have not met Christian once. No.
Have you ever spoken to him?
No.
Have you ever spoken to his partner?
No.
Has your partner ever spoken to Mr. Firth or his partner?
I would assume yes to that.
I would assume yes as well, Mr. Yo. Because if Barrett is talking about the partner that I think he's talking about Mr. Colin Wood. And Mr. Colin Wood used to work at I4C Consulting. Who else used to work at I4C Consulting, everybody? That would be Mr. Darren Anthony. And Colin Wood also used to work at Veritac. Who else used to work at Veritac, everybody? That would be Christian Firth, Colin White, and Darren Anthony. So yeah, pretty sure that he's quote-unquote met Mr. Firth before.
Question.
Okay.
Because obviously there was a subcontract that was put together for CBSA for this effort. So I would imagine that there would have been dialogue that would have had to have happened, yeah.
Is Dalian registered anywhere outside of Canada?
No.
Okay, my last question is, you stated previously that you are constantly audited to ensure that you're eligible for the Indigenous set-aside when winning bids as a joint venture with Coradix. Who is conducting these audits, and when was the last audit done?
Sure. So the audits are done by ISC, which is Indigenous Services Canada. And the last one that was done in February 2024, just a few weeks ago. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barrett. Next up, we have Mr. Chen. You have the floor for 6 minutes, please.
And those audits, I don't believe they are very strenuous. I think these quote-unquote audits are... So how many employees do you have in your company that are Indigenous? 3. Okay.
Yeah, that's the thing is if they're audited, there's not much to audit, is there? There's 3 people in paperwork.
Yeah, and there's a couple of other things as well. We looked at this back in the fall. I took a look at the criteria of it, and this is not an exhaustive process to audit. The main issue is that when they're awarded Indigenous qualified contracts, like Dalian subcontracts virtually every contract out. So what they're supposed to do is, if they're subcontracting an Indigenous, program contract out, the company that is being subcontracted is supposed to also be an Indigenous company. And the whole point of that...
Is that in the legislation for that?
Yeah. And the whole point of that is so that it goes to Indigenous people to do the work. Like that's the point.
Well, that means they're in breach directly, because there's no way they're enforcing those rules across the board.
But here's the problem: because of the way the government process is the only relationship the government has is to the prime contractor, which would be Dalian. So they would have no visibility to see who Dalian is subcontracting these contracts out to. That was the whole pleaded ignorance with Bottler and GC Strategies and Dalian. So there's a huge problem, and never mind the fact that this whole time everybody in public service procurement and CBSA and everybody else was saying, well, all the rules were followed. Yeah, you're broken rules. My lady loves cats with a gifted 10 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you very much, my lady loves cats. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, let's continue with Mr. Chen.
Chair, Mr. Yeo, my first question to you is, how many years has Dalian been working on federal contracts?
So, Mr. Chair, I appreciate the question. I started the company in 2001, 2002, and we won our first contract within the first year, so shortly after that.
And could you describe the nature of your contributions to the ArriveCan application?
So again, you know, I'm very much 2 gates deep at D&D in what I do, or what I did at the department before I had to resign after 168 days. But the upshot is that when it comes to ArriveCan, and I've been read into the file now.
Wait a minute. You just said you said you started working at D&D in September. ArriveCan was back in 2020. 2021. What are you talking about? You're 2 gates deep.
Yeah, the timeline doesn't line up. That means so what if he did all the changeover to have the company shares into a trust in December? If that's true, then he only recently did this. None of this applies. None of this has any bearing on what happened back then.
Unless what he was talking about is he put all this into a trust when he started working as a consultant for the government of Canada. But like, this is the problem. There's so many conflicting pieces of information here. I think he's going to be running into deep water very, very shortly.
I don't understand though. It's so high profile. How he figures he can get away with this, like by trying to confuse the facts and change and say things that don't really line up timeline wise, but would make sense as a defense if the timelines work. But any deep scrutiny on the issue will turn up the timeline problems. And like, how does he figure? I mean, it must be the same mentality behind, I'll just pack all my crap on the wall behind me to prove that I'm a good guy and a loyal
and distract everybody.
And distract everybody. It must be the same thing. It must be the same strategy.
Well, he did very poorly in his first testimony, like very, very poorly. And I imagine it's going to go the same way here. Lister's Receptionist, welcome back with a $5 super chat. I can barely hear this guy's testimony past all the questionable military paraphernalia. Great job, Northern Perspective. Thank you. Geese with Teeth with 10 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you very much. If you've received a gifted membership from any of our members today, please make sure you give them a thank you. Okay, here we go.
And have been for a while. The aspect of revenue, from what I understand, is 4.9 million, and that's basically 1.6 million per year for the 3 years that the contracts were open, which is what I understand that went through a staff augmentation contract at CBSA. So it wasn't actually an ArriveCan app. It was a directorate or a department level standing offer through TBIPS or through, in this case, BADSI. And so that's the staff augmentation contract that was used to facilitate this, from my understanding. And it was 20 contractors for 3 years for approximately 100 days per year, which is basically part-time.
Oh, we didn't really have anything to do with the ArriveCan app. We just subcontracted 20 people.
Now, hang on a sec. Is he talking about the people that were contracted to provide tech support? That must be what it is. He's talking about like the tech support people, right?
It depends. He's talking about staff augmentations. So that could be just could be tech support people. that provide support for ArriveCan, or it could be programmers and consultants. He doesn't
Well, we
specify
already know
there.
the program. We already know the programmer resources needed to actually create and deliver this application would have been much smaller than that. You don't need a team that big to build an app of this kind.
Oh,
So
nope.
And
Nope.
if he's talking about part-time work, that doesn't make any sense.
Nope.
It just doesn't. Yeah.
Again, nothing about the cost of this app makes any sense whatsoever. Yeah. Anyway, listless receptionist with a $2 super chat. Thank you again. Passes out plastic ceremony awards to the chat. Oh goodness. Goko Donnie with a $5 super chat. EI and I have a love-hate relationship right now, but I'm getting hours, and fire season is about to be upon us all. Will help a bit more soon. Oh, well, don't worry about that, Goko Donnie. Thank you so much. Lady Loves Cats with a $5 super chat. If we get to 1,500 likes, I'll drop a few more gifts. Well, there you go. So we're only 370 away, everybody, and that would match the concurrent viewers. And as we gain more likes, we gain more viewers. So please ring that doorbell on the way in. Nilik with a $2 super chat. Ding dong, hit that like, folks. 500 behind. Let's go. And let's go, Mr. Yo.
Thank you. Could you describe your relationship, if any, with GC Strategies and also Coradix?
Sure. I don't have a personal relationship or professional relationship with GC. I mean, they, from my understanding, again, getting right into the file, they were, part of communication from CBSA that there was a task authorization coming that needed to be fulfilled through GC, and as the prime contractor and as a general contractor for that contract, we facilitated that. So that's basically my interaction with GC, which is nil. I've never spoke to any of the principals, and again, I've just been read into the file, and this is what I know. As far as Craddox is concerned, it's a much different relationship. I've been, with them since 2001, 2002. When I first started this company, from Barhaven on my kitchen table, and going after, the first Indigenous contract that I was awarded in the first year with the RCMP and Bell Canada, and it was to provide hardware into the RCMP. Obviously being, one guy and trying to start a business, I partnered up with Craddox because I know some people, and we've had a very good relationship since then. It's been a kind of a shared services model between two companies. They do, much different work than we do at Dalian as far as security is concerned. So it seemed like a good fit, and and so it's been a 22 or 23 year relationship with Craddox. Yeah.
I'd like to hear, in your view, what is the timeline of the events? We've been talking about various dates already in this meeting. What is the timeline of events that has led us to this point?
Timeline of events. So I got to start back again. I'm buried 2 gates deep doing high assurance security, trying to get it out to our warfighters. So getting right into this file was probably my first shot back in October of this year, realistically. When we got the notification that we needed to go and talk to Ogo. So, from a timeline perspective, that's kind of where I sit from getting right into the file. But after I did, gain some knowledge on it, my understanding that this goes back to 2019. We have a very good contract, or had a very good contract with CBSA, a staff augmentation contract through BASD, and we were doing some good things over there, and that the intent for CBSA was actually to bring over 25% of their server applications from CBSA on-prem to AWS Cloud. And so I think that's kind of where it started in 2019. And then obviously, into the early 2020s, we had this whole COVID outbreak thing happen, and all of this craziness that happened with, the ramp up to getting ArriveCan, out the door. And so, we were a small part of that. We were 4.9 million of that, 1.6 million a year, 20 contracts part-time. So, from that perspective, that's kind of where I think it started. And then where it finished was May 2023, I think, from what I understand. and that was certainly, well before I started with the public service.
Have you spoken to the RCMP on anything to do with government contracting?
Yeah, no, the RCMP has not been in contact with me at all. No.
Have you spoken to anyone else on this issue? Anyone else who's been looking into the matter, for example, the Auditor General?
No, I've had no interaction with the Auditor General at all, other than I know that our staff noticed the discrepancies within, the Auditor General's report, and they notified the Auditor General.
What did I just miss?
Okay. The reason why I'm laughing is because he held up the Auditor's General report, and I think that was basically to say, yes, I've read it, unlike Mr. Anthony. That's why I'm laughing.
Oh God!
So he's still probably going to get a question. Oh, so you've read the Auditor General's report? Oh, I hope so. I hope one of them does ask. But
The amount of CYA this guy has been doing this whole time.
oh yeah, it's all it is, and it's so obvious, unfortunately. But
Well, it's so far over the line that it reeks of the lady doth protest too much.
yeah.
Just overdoing it.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get back into it. Oh, make sure I don't miss anything here. I don't think I have, but yeah, I think we're good to go. All right, onwards and upwards.
On the 30th of January this year, of the discrepancy, that it wasn't 7.9, it was 4.9, but that never made it into the report.
You mentioned discrepancies in the report. You just mentioned one of them. Are there any other discrepancies that your staff or yourself have noted in the report that you brought to the attention or plan to bring to the attention of the Auditor General?
Yeah, sure. As it sits right now, I have read the report. I mean, I'm a certified contracts and procurement specialist. That's what I did for my first 100 and some odd days with D&D. And I've been around contracting forever, so I understand it completely. And what I can say, out of the gate is that when I read through the Auditor General's report, it's a good report, but it has vagaries and discrepancies in it, right? And there's incorrect information in it. And one of those incorrect areas is in our revenue stream. 7.9 is not 4.9, 4.9 is not 7.9, it's $3 million difference, and it's 60% delta. So, I mean, from that concept, right there, it's definitely a different aspect. The other side of it is that in key facts and findings, you've got a paragraph in there that says we found 18% of invoices submitted by the contractors that we tested did not provide enough information to determine whether the expenses related to the ArriveCan, the expenses actually related to ArriveCan or another IT project. But, I have a good number of notes on this, and I've gone through the entire thing, and I've got lots of questions and things like that. So yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. That is your time.
I love that he's showing us that he's read the
I was just thinking that he's like waving the pages in front of the camera and stuff.
like, blah, 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 made notes and everything, blah, blah, blah. Like he's
Done
a
all my
clown.
homework. See,
right like teacher, look, I've done my homework. Yeah, well put, Barnaby. And like, here's the thing, what is he trying to say? Well, the Auditor General's wrong. The Auditor General went through all of these contracts and just looked at the wrong contracts.
the balls on the guy too. I was thinking that as he was saying that, and I'm like, wow, you're just outright calling the Auditor General out for like doing a bad job. It's the Auditor General of Canada,
Actually,
nobody did.
I just saw a comment in chat. So we're actually being too hard on him, Barnaby, because he displayed something really, really important that just should put all doubts to rest and allow us to take him seriously. He used a yellow highlighter. So, you know when the highlighter comes out, he means business. Like, come on, man. Anyway, all right, let's keep going.
Maintenant, vous avez la parole pour 6 minutes.
You have the floor for 6 minutes. Thank you, Chair. First of all, Mr. Yu, could you tell us how many employees Dalian has had since 2008?
I tried to understand a bit of that, but unfortunately there was no interpreter in my ear.
So apparently there's...
Why? Because he's nervous. What? He's smiling because he's nervous. What I want to know, Barnaby, is what's wrong with this girl? This is the girl that chat wants to set your infatuation up with. She's way better than Khalid. And she's French. No, I don't know. Neither does chat. Anyway, what I do know is Ravi Sadie's had a $2 super chat. Darn it, YouTube didn't notify me you were live. See, this is why we need the likes, people. This is why we need them. We're at 1,291 likes. We need more likes to get people like Ravi Sadie's in, because YouTube does not notify people. So please get those likes up. So it shoves this live stream right in front of their face when they open up YouTube. Lionel Collette, welcome to NP supporter. Thank you very much. And we have David Edwards with a $2 super chat. Those medals won't shield you from the truth and accountability. Well, very well said, Mr. Edwards. Thank you very much for that. So we're at 1,297 likes. 1,298. Let's go. Let's go. You get more presents from A Lady Loves Cats at 1,500. There you go. 1,321. That's much better. Keep it climbing. Keep it climbing. All right, here we go.
There's a globe on the bottom of your screen. If you click on that, it will probably give you... J'ai arrêté là.
Ben, est-ce que vous pouvez le recommencer?
Oui, absolument. Oui,
Merci
absolument.
beaucoup.
Oui.
Will I be able to take my time again? Yes.
I do, yeah, absolutely.
And what?
Okay.
Oh, so if you
Try it
click
again.
on that, you might get various options. Hit the globe. Okay.
Okay, so I've got it on French right now, so if you want to try it again.
You might hear me in French. Alors, est-ce que vous m'entendez en anglais?
Are you hearing me in English or in French now? Is it working?
Now,
Do you hear me in English? So, you heard what I said in English.
I did.
Très bien. Okay.
Very well.
Tell me this isn't a government operation. Like...
Tell me this isn't a government operation without telling me it's a government operation.
Exactly. Like, just something else. Okay, let's keep going, and hopefully they figure this crap out.
So again, 6 minutes again, starting again from the top, like they say in Hollywood. Go ahead, Ms. Degagne. Starting again. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Yep, first quick question. How many employees has Dalian had since 2008, please?
2008. Okay, so we had, I believe, up to 7 or 8 full-time employees during the 2008 to 2012, 2013 timeframe. And the reason behind that, well, obviously we were growing. That was a good time for us. But SSE had come in during the 2012, 2013 timeframe, and it changed a lot of our ability to execute with the government. And so there was a lot of downsizing after that and a lot of consolidation.
This guy's talking like he has a 2,000 person company. Well, we grew to 7 employees, but then we went through a lot of downside. Dude, you had 7 people. like, come on. You had 7 people. What are you gonna say? Well, you know, we lost 50% of our workforce. We had 7 people.
typical of fake it till you make it people.
Yeah, exactly. But he never made it, so he's still faking it.
I don't know. He made millions of dollars. I'd say he made it.
Yeah, that's true.
So we've now, moved down, as a matter of fact, down to, 2 full-time employees. But where this kind of gets off the rails is that because we have a partnership with Coratics, right, we have a kind of a shared services model. And so, we were doing shared services before shared services became a thing.
Okay.
So,
Merci.
Yep.
Merci, Monsieur Yo.
This is the problem, people. He's offering way more information than you're being asked. So this guy is saying he's been through audit after audit after audit. Well, here's the thing. When you're going through an audit, if they answer you a question that has a straightforward answer, you provide the straightforward answer. You don't add any narration to it. Because if you add narration to it, you may give away some information you don't want to, and then that causes the auditor to say, oh, really? Well, I'm going to just park that piece of information later, and I'm going to ask more questions about that. So he was asked, how many employees did you have since 2008? He should have said 7. Now 3, including myself. That's what he should have said. Nothing else. Anyway. We have a super chat, and that is coming in from the fellow good. And if there's a word after that, I can't see that. But with a $5 super chat from New Brunswick, he forgot his medal for the arse kissing contest. Yeah, special commendation. Waifu for life with a $2 super chat. I worked in mall stores with more than 7 employees. Yeah, I think we all did. Revisays with a $5 super chat with 7 people. If they released 50%, then someone got sawed in half. I don't know. Mr. Yo looks kind of like a small individual, so maybe they had 6.5 and he just rounded up. I don't know. Anyway, we're at 1427 likes, everybody. 73 more, and you get some gifts from Milady Loves Cats. And that puts us also only about 200 behind the current viewers. So thank you very much. And Danaman966 with a $5 super chat. I feel like I'm Dr. Melfi from the Sopranos, and I'm just checking if Charles Sousa knows we're talking about ArriveCan. Get well, fucks. I doubt Charles Sousa is watching this at the moment. And Jean E. Hammelspec with a $2.79 super chat. Thank you very much. And that's your first on live stream. Thank you for giving that to us. Okay. Back we go to Barnaby's new girlfriend.
Hey.
Thank you. The chronology provided by the Department of National Defense said that you began your employment on September the 19th, 2023. A contract was signed on that same date, September the 19th, 2023, by you. No, excuse me. It was signed on September 28th, 2023. 9 days later. Only 9 days later, you signed a contract, whereas you were in the full-time employment of the Department of National Defense. Mr. Yo, when you began your employment, I'd like to call your attention to the fact that public servants must follow the Code of Ethics and Values of the public sector, and it's extremely clear in that Code of Public Sector Values and Ethics, you must declare any appearance of conflict of interest to a line supervisor. Did you do so on September the 29th, 2023?
That's a big no-no. Notice he said, "Oh, I was completely separate. I didn't do anything. You signed the contract."
No, she's got him.
And as the CEO, he's typically going to sign the contract. Because the CEO is typically the one that is authorized to enter into a legally binding relationship with any other entity. And considering he says their primary customer is the government of Canada, well, like who else is going to sign that?
With only 3 people in the company, that would make him he would have to be considered a director. And the only person with the ability to bind the company in a contract is a very important aspect of running a corporation of any kind. Is your officers are the only ones that have the ability to bind a corporation. And typically it's only a couple of those officers. It's not even the whole group.
Yeah.
Now, in a case where you've got 3, it's only one officer. There is only one officer. The other 2 are clearly denoted as employees.
Yeah, because he said we had 2 full-time employees.
Yeah.
Now, technically, an officer could be an employee. So it's possible that one of those other quote-unquote employees is the chief financial officer, which would have the authority to enter into legally binding contracts. But she's saying his signature is on this contract that was 9 days after he started. So now we...
Yeah, and he implied earlier that happened at the same time or something, that it was much closer than that.
Yeah, so now we know directly why Barrett asked him to declare in front of committee when he started at the public service. Look at him getting, close to the block there. Daniel with a 279 super chat. Lots of props from this guy. Window dressing? Yeah, there's definitely lots of window dressing. Steve Van Man, 2,500 yen. That's interesting. Thank you very much for that. I'm actually surprised I recognize the currency symbol. Been living in Japan for a quarter century. Thanks for your efforts in trying to return our country to the condition I left it in. Thank you very much for that. And what time is it in Japan, Steve? That's interesting. And 5W with a $5 super chat. This man enjoys the smell of his own emissions. He should pay carbon tax on that.
Well done, 5W.
All right, and we're 21 likes away from 1,500, folks, so keep it going. Ring that doorbell on the way in.
Yeah. So thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. So in retrospect to that, and again, being buried 2 gates deep in D&D and what I do with high assured security there, and also on the 19th and even prior to that, starting to devolve myself from the company. I gave the ability for, as I was moving through the aspect of divestiture, my lawyers and everything else, it took some time, I will agree, and that timing is, not charitable to your timeline of being only a few days. But the short answer is, no, I did not inform anyone at the department that I signed anything, but then again, I did not actually sign it. I had a signature available for the staff at the office for them to use.
Monsieur, vous savez très bien qu'en cours, une signature a un effet juridique.
Sir, you know very well that in court, your signature will have legal value. If somebody places your signature on a contract, you're the one who's responsible. I hope you're aware of this because you're responsible for the contract, which is well, I don't have the number in front of me, but it was signed on September the 29th.
I can't believe he just told them that.
Didn't I tell you this guy was a crappy witness? Okay. This...
I mean, I've seen that practice, and I understand the idea of having a digital copy of your signature so that you can easily transfer it without having to go through the whole hassle of scanning a document, actually signing it, and rescanning it. It's just easier if you can paste it in. But
it doesn't change it.
Stupid enough to hand it to staff and be like, "Here, just put this on anything." Here you go. Here's my stamp. Just go stamp stuff. Go for it.
Yeah. So what Barnaby's talking about, everybody, is so what he's essentially saying that he did is he gave his digital signature to his staff, and knowing damn well that there was going to be a lucrative contract coming in, said, "Okay, so it's not going to be me, but one of you do it." Well, it doesn't matter, because how are you going to prove that you weren't the one who signed that? And that's what she's saying. In a court of law, you signed it. Doesn't matter. You signed it. You gave authorization for somebody else to sign it. That's the same as signing it. So
yeah, this is one of the reasons that identity theft works. If you just have that on your hard drive.
Yeah. And this is the thing. Keep your mouth shut. Answer only the questions asked of you. Oh, this is not going to go well at all. And Miss St. Clair Desgagnés, she's... I hope that the tone is coming through pretty good in the translator. And this translator is pretty good in terms of relaying this tone. Because she's really relaying the frustration of this. Anyway, let's continue.
Your signature appears, so you are responsible. You did not inform your hierarchical supervisor. That's at least regarding one very strong appearance of conflict of interest. The newspapers have told us, in accordance to public accounts, Dalian received roughly $150 million worth of contracts since 2008. I understand they're subcontractors, but for a company that had a maximum of 10 employees, that's a lot of money. Why accept a position at Department of National Defense paying under $100,000 when your two-person company was making $150 million in just a few years?
I was thinking this earlier.
Are you warming up to her yet?
I am.
Good.
I want to hear her actual voice. Yeah, this is something I was wondering earlier on. I'm like, why would you bother going back to work for D&D? Why? If you were making, millions of dollars a year through this company, what was the point?
Pension.
Really? Millions of dollars, and you're going to go back for a measly pension? Like,
why not both?
Oh God.
Because when he decides to leave the public service, he goes back to Dalian. All that money's still in the company, right?
Well, I mean, if they're already getting away with murder, why not go for gold?
Right. You might as well add armed robbery to it, right? So, Louise A. King with 5 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you very much. And we crossed 1,500. Some lady loves cats. Good on her word. With 10 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you very, very much for that. And we have David Edwards with a $5 super chat. This guy is worse than Firth. Hides behind being native. Hides behind medals. Puts a camo cap in the background, giving appearance of deployment. And Mr. Excuses with a $2 super chat. Maybe he should have invested in a lawyer.
In a lawyer.
Oh, goodness.
I saw a comment from Listless Receptionist there. She said that if he's blatantly that greedy, and it strikes me all of a sudden that it's more than that. He's not just greedy. He actually thinks he's good. He's going back not just for the money, but also for the recognition. All that stuff behind him is part of that. He's prideful.
Oh, yeah, and I think he wants to hear thank you from your service for people. And you know what nobody has said to him? Nobody has said thank you for your service, not even the Liberals. Because I think they've forgotten. And it's funny, he's trying so hard to have them not forget because he's shoving it all on their face. And nobody is looking at it. And that must be frustrating the heck out of him.
Well, let's see what his answer is to this, because I'm now super curious what he's going to say to this.
No, that's a good question, and I appreciate it. So yeah, we had some great years during 2008 and the run up to shared services. We had some pretty lean years between 2013 and now, basically, from a hardware software perspective for sure. But my reasoning for getting back into the department was not based on money. I've done 36 years with the department in varying capacities, whether it's regular force, whether it's reserves, whether it's my contracting time and my 168 days, as a civil servant. But I got back in primarily to drive capability and high assurance, guarding solutions to the warfighters that are in harm's way out in the eastern flank of NATO. So that was my job there. That was my claim to what I do at the department. And because I was there for so long, I understood, and I was at the pinnacle of my technical abilities. So it made sense for me to get in and drive technology down to the warfighters that need it the most. And that's primarily the reason, because I didn't do it for the money.
Mais pendant ce temps-là, il y avait...
More virtue signaling. Oh, what a great guy. He didn't do it for the money. He did it for the troops.
That's what I mean, though. I think it's both. I think he was doing it for ego as well as the money. He's already making off like a bandit. And then that's not good enough for him to make off like a bandit and be quiet about it. No, he's got to have people, like you said, thank him for it. He wants to feel like he's somebody, right? So he's going back in to get recognition for doing all this stuff, even though he's pulling all this stuff on the Canadian taxpayer.
Yeah. And his company is taking millions out of the other pocket, right? So anyway, Alan Bowerly with a $20 super chat. Thank you very much. Military is political. It aggravates me when people wear military bling in order to establish legitimacy. Fun fact, dirtbags go to war zones. Would love to see his service record and see if he ever did anything. Well, he says he did, but, who knows. Lady Loves Cats with a $10 super chat. Thank you very, very much. Supporting this channel is important to me. Cypher Fox, Barnaby, and Jester deserve this for the work they do. By the way, I have a date with my son tomorrow night to watch the premiere. Oh, that's excellent. Well, I'm happy that you're able to share that with your son. That's great. And we hope to see all of you there. It'll be probably the first show. Yes, it will be the first show where Fox and I don't have to talk because we'll be watching with the rest of you. So, and Steve N. Mannon with a 500 yen donation. Thank you very much. It's 10 after 11 a.m. in Japan. Interesting, the company name is Dalian. Dalian is a major city in China. No wonder Trudeau loves it.
Yeah.
Well done. Okay, so that means you guys are... I think you guys are you ahead or behind?
1,500 likes. They're behind.
So, okay. So then that means they are, 11 hours behind. Holy moly. Okay. And Alan Bowerly with a $5 super chat. Also, fun fact, NATO has not gone to war, so there's no soldiers on the eastern flank, my ass. So for soldiers on the eastern flank, my ass. Yeah. I'd love to know what he's talking about. I know we sent people over to train people in Poland, but that's about it. Mike Tremblay, a member for 1 month, with a comment. Love this channel. So many great people here. And absolutely, Mike. The chat is such an amazing place. We don't really have too many issues that arise out of it. Everyone is so nice and everyone's so generous, and we're all just here for Canada. It's fantastic. Gokodani with a $2 super chat. Overnight tomorrow, we'll catch up at the hotel. Sounds good. All right, let's continue.
But during that time, there was a signed contract by Dalian with your signature on it, granted by the Department of National Defense to carry out work. How many hours did you spend, and how many hours did Dalian spend on that last contract that I mentioned, signed on September 20th, 2023? What did Dalian do for that?
So again, I just got read into that part of it just recently because it was a very small contract. I think it was $40,000 or maybe $49,000 from what I'm aware of. But it was attached to a hardware sale.
C'est le salaire annuel moyen d'un Québécois.
That's the average annual salary of a Quebecer, $49,000 a year. So a small contract, well, I would perhaps use different terms.
Oh, Miss Sinclair Degagnier is getting feisty, but she's right.
Well, she's right, but it's $49,000. In tech, that is not a massive contract, to be fair.
I agree, but there's an affordability crisis going on, and you're coming into committee.
Granted, it doesn't look good. I'm just saying it's not inaccurate.
You need to be careful. Yeah. The Walt with a $2.79 super chat. Looks like you retracted your message. Go ahead and tag Northern Perspective just with your message, Walt, so I could read that out. Thank you very much for that. And we have a member comment from Lady Loves Cats. My son knows about Northern Perspective, but he's never watched you. He's a fairly new Pierre Poilievre supporter. Well, he has about a year to catch up on, so he will have lots of material to go through. Just depends on how much torture you want to put him through. We've removed.
I was going to say, tell him to reserve judgment on the first videos.
Well, we've removed a lot of those because we don't want to subject people to them. So, anyway, maybe tell him to start in October and work his way forward.
It's but 90% of it, or 75 or 80% of it goes back to the actual consultant doing the work. But to answer your question, though, there is precedence for how you handle conflict of interest within a 60-day period or windows of that time frame. And I did put in a no access, no contact, no non-disclosure with Dalian within that 60-day period. I actually signed that on the 10th of November, 2023, which was within the 60-day window. After that, we were working with lawyers and getting our stuff together as far as forms and everything was concerned, getting my divestiture done and that sort of stuff during the time frame, and that has already been submitted to D&D as well. But due to the hype and everything else around this particular ArriveCan app, I ended up having to put in my resignation because I was still on probation because I was only there for 668 days. So.
Voilà. Une toute petite question, ça va? Non, ça va.
Okay, that's fine. Next.
Visually, you have the floor for 6 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the witness for being with us today on what is a very important topic. My colleagues asked some questions, but I'll have you reiterate some of the responses you had clearly in relation to the origin of your company. When did your company start under the name Dalian?
Well, I started it myself in 2001, 2002. I don't have the exact date on me, but there's documents that stood up the company at that time frame, and I named the company myself. Yeah.
And when did you begin bidding on government contracts?
Shortly thereafter. So it was very shortly thereafter. I was actually talking with Terry Matthews here in town at a breakfast meeting, and he had mentioned to me that I should go after Indigenous business because that was something he was aware of. So at that point, I looked into it, and I found an Indigenous contract that I could go after, and I won it within the first year that I started the company.
And how large was your company then, and how large is it now?
Well, it was only one person there because it was from my dining room table in Barhaven. But we have grown. It's grown up in 2008 to 2010, 2012, and then we've obviously contracted a lot because our hardware business is all but dried up, and we still do some professional services.
And so, how much total money in public contracts has your company received?
Total. So I know that from 2015 until now, it's about 100,000. Or sorry, I just want to get this number correct, so please bear with me. Yeah, from 2015 until now, we've got 91 million in contracts on TBIPs, basically the professional services contracts. Yeah.
And what did you do, what is it exactly that your company does?
So we're
Such a missed opportunity.
What is it that you do?
Such a missed opportunity. He should have passed the ball over to Jenny just at that point. Because ironically, Mr. Yo is the same guy that he posed the question to. Like that's literally the committee meeting that meme is from. It's from when Janice was questioning Mr. Yo before. I hope he asked the same question. Anyway, the legal cat lady with a $5 super chat. This guy is not a liar because he seems to believe in his virtue and what he says. He just drinks his own Kool-Aid, unfortunately. I actually agree with you, and I think that's what Barnaby was saying before. He legit thinks that everything he's doing is above board and doesn't seem to understand that it's not. And
yeah, and has an ego about it. That's the issue.
Yeah, and wears it like a badge of honor. Like, I don't know. There's being proud, and then there's going above and beyond that. And I think that's what we're seeing. Daniel with a $7 super chat. The problem with rank is that some equate it to being superior to others. Yeah, absolutely. And you see that in all institutions. I've had people reporting to me, and Barnaby, you've had people reporting to you, and I take the approach that employees work with me. They don't work for me. And I think that's really important because I don't want to have to pull rank. I will, but if your employees see you as a partner as well as somebody with authority, then they're going to have a lot more respect for you, and they are going to be more engaged, and probably you're going to get more productivity out of them.
This is a topic that we could have an entire stream about, folks.
We sure could.
Cypher and I have had extensive discussions about this this particular topic.
Well, and it's a fascinating discussion, right? Because it's there's a lot that goes into employee dynamics, and when I first had employees reporting to me, I was probably a terrible manager, because that's the problem with management, is nobody ever tells you how to do it. But one of the first pieces of advice I give to people is, don't ask your employees to do anything you're not willing to do yourself, and show them that. Don't be afraid to get in the trenches with them, no matter how high up in an organization you get. I don't care if you're a supervisor or if you're an executive. If your bottom level employees see you getting in there with your hands and working alongside with them, you will win over their hearts and minds in most cases, because they're not going to see you as this person that's just sitting up on Mount Olympus, only coming down to pat employees on the head and then leaving again. So anyway, Jerry Savoy with a $5 super chat. I'm sorry, Cypher, Fox, and Barnaby, but watch your couple first video was cringe, but happy. Oh, I see what you mean. No, please don't be sorry, Jerry Savoy. So what he's saying is our first videos that he watched were pretty cringy. Yes, they were. They were completely cringy. But he's happy that we found our groove. I'm happy we found our groove as well, because if we were still making videos like that, I think I wouldn't want anybody to watch them. So we appreciate all of the feedback. And
to be fair, folks, they asked me for help in figuring this out, and I didn't really have an answer for them at the time either. So they were really feeling their way in the dark at the time. So.
And now we see the light. Bird Alberta with a $2 super chat. Janice is next, and it's good. Oh, excellent. Thank you very much. 5W with a $5 super chat. Yes, the company has really grown. We moved from the kitchen table to a ping pong table in the garage. Mr. Excuse is going to have some rivals here for his zingers. The fellow good with a $3 super chat. Government aren't employees, they're servants. Pretty much. And Rabu saves with a $5 super chat. To the employee versus team member thing, I think is the difference between starting and running a company versus being appointed as a CEO, etc. Yep, I can see that. Okay, let's get back to it.
We're a hardware and software company as well as a professional services security company. So basically, we go after government contracts as a general contractor. When it comes to our professional services, we hire our contractors through either subcontracting or potentially a JV with another company.
How many subcontractors does your company operate, given particular contracts on average?
On average, not many. We usually do them ourselves, right? Especially
how many subcontractors do you operate right now?
Again, that's a great question. I don't have that off the top of my tongue, so I'll have to go back to the shop and ask them.
But you just said not many. You do them yourselves. What are you talking about?
Is this what a stroke feels like? Am I having a stroke?
Could be. While you're talking, so
I hear him say, I keep hearing him say one thing, and then 2 minutes later, completely the opposite.
But I agree with the legal cat lady. I think he believes it.
Oh yeah, I'm 100% with you on that.
Which is bizarre, because he literally just said, oh well, we don't use many subcontractors. We do all the work ourselves. How many you have right now? Oh, I don't know. I'll have to check. If you don't use it, you should know that number. Is it 6? Is it 7? Is it 50? because 50 is not a little. So what are you talking about? And I think I saw this in chat, but Fox wanted to chime in. Japan is ahead like Australia. It's Wednesday morning there. And she said you can tell everybody that's from Fox. So there you go. So Fox agrees with everybody. So Barnaby, you're fired in terms of time zone management. So we have Susan Canada, longtime member for 9 months. I remember those videos and asking myself, what am I watching? But these avatars are smart, LOL. I'll just put the phone down while watching. Good decision. That's probably why we retained so many subscribers from those days. I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher your name. Saharsh Bavankar with a $5 super chat. I apologize if I butchered your name. Thank you, Northern Perspective, for keeping us updated, and content here always helped me on many discussions. Excellent. Nice date night idea, milady. We'll be doing with my wife. Excellent. Excellent. And thank you for joining the stream. We really, really appreciate it. And we have... what's that? What do you got?
Oh, it's just a super chat.
This one. The one I'm going to read. Yeah. Well, go ahead, Barnaby. You can read that one.
It's super chat for $5 from Wendy's Cafe. Barnaby, it's not a stroke, it's early onset dementia.
I believe it. And Daniel with a 279 super chat. I think he loves the sound of his own voice. I guess, or his own emissions, to quote a previous super chat. All right, off we go.
Yeah, it'd be great if you could supply that list as well.
And
now I do want to turn attention to statements that were made by a firm known as Bottler. Their chief executive, named Dutt, told MPs in another committee that she feared Dalian's procurement policies were, quote, another example of monetization and theft using the trauma of marginalized communities, end quote. Why do you think she said that?
Well, I've got my own opinions. There's no question about that, but I'm not sure I can say them here. It's really an unrational statement, to be honest with you. I've been operating for 22 years with the government with, top secret clearances and top secret facility clearances. We are not a bricks and mortars, company. I have an office on the 7th floor at 222 Somerset downtown, and Karadix is down on the 5th. And what I believe is that, Bottler, for what they've brought to this, situation, is that they were hired for, 4 or 5, deliverables. They got through 2 of them, and CVSA canceled their task authorization due to whatever reasons they do. And so we got that cancellation of the task authorization. We passed it on to GC. It floated down to Bottler, and they've been, not necessarily the kindest to Dalian since.
Wait a minute. You don't know why Bottler's contract was canceled. You got the contract. Your contract was canceled. The government wouldn't give Bottler a contract. And you took money off the top that should have gone straight to Bottler. And you're wondering why Bottler isn't happy with you? You guys... Wow. Like, you guys were given a task authorization, and again, for those that are new, and I don't mean that in a demeaning way. I mean, like, there's a lot of meat and potatoes to this. So if you're jumping in midstream, it can get fairly confusing. So we'll try and cover the basics for you. So within the government, in this scenario, Dalian was given a $20 million contract for general IT services. What that would allow the Canada Border Services Agency to do is activate funds from that $20 million for anything. And they wouldn't actually have to put that out to tender. They wouldn't have to put it out for competition for another contract. So when this thing with Bottler came along, they had no budget for it. And they didn't want to go, Cameron McDonald didn't want to, put that out for a competitive bid. So what did he do? He activated a portion of the funds through Dalian, because that's the only approved contract that he had to work with, to go to Bottler. Now the problem is what did that do? It automatically, it did two things. Bottler didn't get the amount that they wanted, and Dalian got, ended up charging the Canadian taxpayer more, because Dalian, they're going to take their 20-30%, right? So let's say, just to keep numbers straight, let's say Bottler wanted $100,000, and then they end up being told, well, you're only going to get $70,000, and Bottler says, that's stupid, but fine. But $100,000 still leaves the government of Canada, because the $100,000 goes to Dalian. They take 30% of that contract and say, thank you very much. We've done absolutely no work to actually get this contract. We're going to be doing absolutely no work to actually work on this contract. But thank you very much for the $30,000. We're going to pocket that. And then the $70,000 goes down to GC Strategies to give to Bottler. So Bottler is getting kind of a raw deal. Now, it was actually even worse than that, because through our live streams, we've kind of pieced together that even though GC Strategies is saying that they got paid no money for that relationship, we've pieced it together that both Dalian and GC Strategies skimmed off of the top of that contract, and Bottler got the rest of it. So you have 20-30% of what's left, and then Bottler gets the what's left. It's disgusting. It's an absolutely disgusting practice. So all of these guys are making all of this bank off of the backs of the Canadian taxpayers.
Well, and the contracting companies that they're taking advantage of too, because they're literally doing nothing but skimming off the top and skimming a high percentage, and then handing money over to people who actually do the work and essentially underpaying them for a contract they could have done much better on.
Absolutely. 100%, and cheaper, right? If the and Bottler was like, they had a contract directly with the Department of Justice. So why would CBSA not have a contract directly with Bottler? It's cheaper. Hello. Anyway, Trish Pro with a $5 super chat. Cypher, you are so mean bringing Barnaby in on this witness. The poor guy, LOL. Well, am I mean because he gets to see his lady? Rabu says with a $5 super chat, and he is waving around the Auditor General's report. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Okay, let's get to Janice. He's coming sooner or later.
But I'm not sure. And then the costing of this is small in retrospect to the ArriveCan application project.
So Bottler made clear that they were not certain that your firm or other firms, in particular GC Strategies, was aware. They were not aware, they claim, that there were that many subcontractors, including Dalian. When did you become aware that there were subcontractors like Bottler engaged in the same project you were?
Yeah. Again, I'm 2 gates deep in D&D on a pretty much a daily basis, helping them over there, getting the right capabilities in the right hands of the warfighters. So I got read into this as quickly as I could in the fall, and especially when Bottler was making the waves they were, which I think was inappropriate. But no, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, with Bottler, it's unfortunate that they took that tact.
The warfighters. That's what we call them. Warfighters.
Yeah, there were a couple of people in chat kind of pointing that out earlier on in the stream.
I don't think I've ever heard that term before tonight. Call me sheltered.
I've heard it in video games.
Yeah, but
that's it.
Not in... Like, typically, like, I've heard servicemen or soldiers or armed forces personnel.
I know that in my experience, I haven't heard members of the armed forces refer to themselves that way. I've heard them refer to themselves as members, but that's a new one on me.
Yeah, or they'll say I'm infantry. I'm I'm RCAF or the like the arm of the armed forces that they're in, right? Like I've never
Yeah.
I've never heard war fighters. That's just so bizarre. RX with a $2 super chat. You could just add new avatars onto old videos. Yeah, we could. We could. It would be re-releasing that video, so we'd have to pick them carefully because we wouldn't want to be re-releasing, for a question period from 6 months ago. Like that would actually feel like double dipping. We'd kind of feel a little strange about that. But it is an idea for some of them. Humble Tracker with 10 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you very much, Humble Tracker. Good to see you. Selby with a $13.99 super chat. He does not have the brains of a lawyer, Mr. Speaker. We will take no lessons from Dalian. Legal Cat Lady with a $5 super chat. I like the mix of information, commentary, and humor that this channel offers. Cypher, we cannot close this live without you imitating Chair. Well, you just got one.
You got your wish, yeah.
It feels like I'm starting to get a little sick, but we'll see how that goes. Marie Prin with a $2 super chat. What is 2 gates deep, please? So that's just a phrase that he's using, Marie, to try and imply that he's separated from what goes on in Dalian because he's been consulting with the armed forces. That's what I'm getting from that. It's just this phrase he keeps throwing out to say, "Oh no, I'm independent. Don't worry about it." It's again, this is a complete front that he's been establishing from what he's wearing to what's behind him, what's on the wall. He probably just hung up that hat right before he got on the stream tonight. I hope not. I hope he's not that phony, but it's just a phrase that he's tossing out to try to convince everybody, albeit poorly, that he's separated from the daily operations of Dalian. Rabu says with a $5 super chat. I have, but rarely by people who have actually served. Okay, well,
it's in reference to the warfighters thing.
Yeah. And Joshua with a $2 super chat. I believe warfighters is more of an American term. I've heard servicemen down in the States, but again, I don't hear this lingo a lot, so I will trust those that have. Okay, off we go.
So I don't know if I answered your question, so I apologize for that. So if I didn't answer your question, ask it again, please.
No, sure. I'll ask it in a different way. The issues that were brought forward by Bottler include layers of subcontracting that hide key details about who is getting paid for what, the cozy ties between private staffing firms, and of course those public servants that ultimately influence that decision. Please comment directly on your knowledge related to the subcontracting and whether or not, in your mind, key details about who was getting paid for what was clear.
Yeah, again, I think that subcontracting happens all the time. I mean, we are the prime contractor on a lot of contracts, and then we sub out a lot of our work to other subcontractors, and it happens in every industry. It doesn't matter whether it's...
But in the government, the government's a very particular... This is public money. It's very important that we understand that we have the utmost attention to the integrity of our public service. So again, do you believe that there were key details being hidden by way of layers, multiple layers of subcontracting?
Yeah, I'm not aware of that, no.
I'm not aware of that, despite the fact that Dalian received the task authorization contract and then subcontracted that down to GC Strategies, who's then subcontracted that down to Bottler. And it's like, oh, well, this goes on all the time. And to the MP's point, this is taxpayer money. This shouldn't be happening at the government level. Now, like, I've worked with staffing firms. Yes, their whole point of existence is not to do any work. Their whole point of existence is to take a percentage off the top and just find people. That's why I don't like using staffing firms. Because it's a money pit. Especially, like, so here's the thing. There's a bunch of different ways that you can use staffing firms. The two most common ways is when You're hiring for a contract position, a temporary position in your organization. You use a staffing firm, you give them the job description, and then they go out and find candidates for you based on their roster or based on going on LinkedIn. And then they send you a bunch of resumes and you say, okay, I'd like to meet with these people. And then you meet with them and then you bring them on. And then they work at a $1 per hour rate. And the agency typically takes between 15 and 25% or 20%. I would never, ever, ever work with an agency that took above 20%, but these guys are taking between 20 and 30%. Gee, I wonder why. It's the government of Canada. So that's the first thing. The second way, or most common way that staffing firms are used, is to find permanent staff. So someone you're going to bring on as a full-time employee. So it's the same process. You give them the job description and the requirements. They go out and they get a bunch of people, and then they say, we've already pre-screened them, here you go. And then you meet with them, decide on who you want, and then you bring them on into your organization. After their probation period, which is between 3 and 6 months, depending on the organization, you then say to the staffing firm, I would like to bring this person on full time. Now, the staffing firm has been making their percentage on the $1 per hour rate up until that point. And then when you ask to bring them on full time, then they will usually say, okay, please give us a finder's fee of 20% of that person's annual salary. So if they're going to be making, say, $80,000 a year, then you then have to pay them $16,000 in addition to all of the other money you've already paid them. So you really don't feel like you're getting value for money. The only real good purpose to staffing firms, in my humble opinion, is when you're trying to find positions that are very, very difficult to find. There's not a lot of candidates out there. So rather than waste time going months and months and months trying to find these people or wait for them to apply to your business, it's easier and quicker to actually get a staffing firm to do that. So in that case, sure. But in most cases, it's a waste of money. And when you're talking the federal, like the public service, why wouldn't you hire some quote unquote staffing guys into the public service? And that's what they do. And that's been what has been raised over and over and over again. Why are we just handing public funds to these companies instead of just making that a function within the public service itself, and then we don't pay all that extra money? Like,
you would think that human resources within the government would be all over controlling this aspect.
Right, and the union, the PSAC, they would be all over that too, because they would be constantly be asking, why can't this be a function in the federal government? And the answer is it can. Now, these staffing agencies would tell you, oh, well, they don't have the Rolodex we do. Yeah, they do. It's called LinkedIn. Give me a break. So, anyhow, that's my rant on staffing agencies. If you work in staffing agency, my apologies, but I don't agree with using staffing agencies 90% of the time. 10% of the time, sure. Alan Bowerly with a $5 super chat. Warfighter is a play on warfighting functions, i.e. maneuver, fires, protection. It is the new buzzword when describing soldiers. Interesting. Thank you very much for that, Alan. Daniel with a $7 super chat. Government, the more you add to the plumbing, the easier it is to clog the drain. Absolutely. And yes, that was Scotty from Star Trek. Malay Loves Cats with a $5 super chat. I just remembered this is the second time Yo is at committee. I don't remember him wearing all these medals the first time. No, but he brought the treaty. He brought the treaty the first time and waved it from the camera to help guide us. That's what he said the first time, and the treaty never made another appearance again. The fellow good, welcome to NP supporter. Thank you very much for joining. RX with a $5 super chat. 6 square feet of glory should be the name of Yo's backdrop and chest. Do you have a shot of the background of the room when he testified the first time? It was just a like him and Colin Wood were in, I think, the same boardroom, so it was just like a kind of like a blank white wall behind them.
His background wall makes me feel a little sad for the GC Strategies guys, eh? They only had that one crappy picture on the back wall behind them.
With the chalet on it in the background? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sucks to be them. Maybe they can call Mr. Yo over to their lawyer's office, and then he could offer them some interior decorating advice.
He wouldn't. He would contract.
He'd subcontracted it, absolutely. Lynn Lowe with a $10 super chat. He is showing Trudeau up with the dress up. But he's not dancing yet. The Excalibur 45 with a $7 super chat. He is all about the smoke and mirrors. He saw the chalet picture distraction GC Strategies tried, so he tried to one-up them. Nothing to see here. Rabu says a $20 super chat. The thing that really worries me is that he is probably not wrong. It happens all the time. I am vaguely terrified about how much corruption like this there is between all the bits of the bureaucracy. Well, and this is the problem, because these guys, they subcontract back and forth, right? You know, GC Strategies will get something and subcontract it to Dalian, and then Dalian will do the work, and then Dalian will get a contract, subcontract to GC Strategies, and then GC Strategies will go and find the actual work, and the government is none the wiser because they don't have the visibility. So, anyway, all at the expense of the Canadian taxpayer.
Well, it's mind-blowing, too, because you think about the scale that you have to quote at, right? So if you're doing a job, like they went to Bottler in the end, and Bottler quoted what was it, like 400 grand total?
Yeah.
All in, something like that?
And then they had to agree to, like, I think it was like 340 or 316 or something like that.
Yeah, they cut it down on, they cut their fee on them and made it even cheaper because they weren't getting enough of the cut.
Yep.
That they were already taking like 20 and 30% each off of the money that was available for that job.
Yep. And we just continue to lose value for money. The fellow good with a $2 super chat. Warfighter rhymes with gaslighter. Just saying. Alan Bowerly with a $5 super chat. Wait, this dude is only wearing 4 ribbons. Either the Canadian Army doesn't give out many awards, or this dude did nothing in the few years that he served. And Nilik with a $2 super chat. Warfighters equals new virtue signaling shame term. There you go. Onwards and upwards. We got to get to Mr. Jennings.
And so I'll leave my longer question.
You got a small one. Go. If you have a quick question, go for it.
Well, I'll just preface it. In my next round of questions, I'll speak to you directly on this point as to your knowledge on subcontracting, how many other subcontractors there were, and the numbers associated with those subcontracts, as well as the tasks authorization process as well.
Thank you, Mr. Desjardins. Tonight, opening our second round, Mr. Brock, you have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. Yo. I understand from earlier testimony you became a public servant with DND on September the 19th of 2023, and you last testified before a committee on October 31st, 2023, approximately a month and a half after you secured full-time employment as a public servant.
That's right. That's actually a huge problem, because he was testifying as CEO of Dalian at committee after he had started working for Department of National Defense. That's not good.
Who else are they going to send, though? In all honesty, though, if he's actually the CEO, he shouldn't be there to begin with. But who else are they going to send?
I don't disagree, but it was his obligation to send somebody else.
Especially if he's two gates deep away from this, that means he doesn't know anything about it. So
allegedly,
he
yeah,
should have sent an employee that had the knowledge about what was going on.
Well, so he would have delegated the authority of the company to somebody, you would think, or
he gave them a picture of his signature,
right? Here's the problem: maybe he didn't, and ergo, this is the whole problem in the first place. It's the conflict of interest.
Yeah, because it's all smoke and mirrors. He actually is directing the company.
Yeah, this is the whole problem here. So what he should have done is he should have done one of two things, in my opinion. He should have delegated somebody else as authority and CEO, resigned his position or abdicated his position, and then he wouldn't have showed to committee. Or as soon as he got to committee, disclose his conflict of interest and saying, I can't really answer any questions because as of right now, I'm a public servant. So he should have done one of two things, and he didn't disclose that at committee. Otherwise, this wouldn't be a big deal now. So we'll see what happens. Okay, so we have a $2 super chat from RX. Mild deflection. Go Oilers, go! Oh, thanks. Go. You know what? Oilers have a one of the best first lines in the league, and I do hope they do well this year. Going to do better than the Leafs for darn sure. Ragu saves with a $2 super chat. I mean, it is not good for us, the taxpayer. Yeah, I agree. Humble Tracker with a $10 super chat. Hate to say this, but his background setting and setting himself with the way he sits for the camera makes me despise him. Lack of respect for our forces when you know what those ribbons mean. Yeah, and that's I think a lot of us were of that same opinion, Humble Tracker, at the beginning of the stream when we saw it. It presented as almost a costume, and that's where the disrespect comes into play.
So the question I put to you is, and I've read the transcript of your previous testimony, sir, at no point in time, despite being asked several questions about the nature of your employment, you focused squarely on your directorship and your shares within Dalian, and you said absolutely nothing about the fact that you were a public servant. So it begs the question, why would you withhold that information from Canadians?
Uh-oh.
Yep. Yeah. Appreciate the question.
Oh, glasses came off. Glasses came off. That means he's either nervous or frustrated. Let's hear the answer.
This needs to be analyzed a little bit more. And it was September 19th that I joined the public service. It was 42 days later that the meeting, came to us, and we were invited as Dalian. I was invited to come to you and speak at OGO as Dalian. The understanding is that Dalian holds a top secret facility clearance. And those that know what a top secret facility clearance is knows. And I hold a higher, and did hold a higher than top secret security clearance for Dalian. As well, in my short time of 42 days with the department, I also have a top secret clearance there and a secret clearance. So, by nature of that aspect, and the fact that this had zero to do with D&D, it had zero to do with what I do during the day as a high assurance specialist for the department. It has zero to do with my employment there, as well as the fact that...
Okay, sir, I'm going to stop you there because my time, sir, I'm going to stop you there. My time is limited. I don't accept your response, and I think most Canadians don't accept that response. After a month and a half, you were divesting your interests in Dalian. You had resigned as a director. You put all of your interest in a blind trust, and you were working on a full-time basis with DND, correct? You had no interest in Dalian, yet you gave the impression that you were still an active participant in this two-person company. So, sir, with respect, I completely disagree with your word salad of an explanation, because it just doesn't add up. Now, I'm going to move on to a monetary aspect. You confirmed to my NDP colleague that you received $91 million in federal contracts since Justin Trudeau essentially took over government in 2015. What is your commission rate of that $91 million?
So as a business from Dalian's perspective, and these were TBIP's professional services contracts.
Sir, just the commission rate, please.
Sure, but I need to preface that to make sure that...
No, you don't. I'm asking for a number, sir, or a range. Yeah. What is your commission?
Most of the time, it ranges between 12 and 20%. And in this case, for the ArriveCan aspect, okay, that 91 million wasn't ArriveCan, by the way, but for the ArriveCan aspect, it was 18.2 from what my staff told me.
18.2% for ArriveCan. And
yeah.
You said you disagree with the AG's report that you only received 4.9 million.
1.6 million a year, yes.
Okay, so your 18.2% of 4.9, I can't do the quick math. Was that shared between you and your partner?
Yeah, no, so you have to understand that's profit, right?
Was it shared between you and your partner? Is it a 50-50 share operation with your other partner?
it's a gross profit, and when it gets to be a gross profit, you have to factor in expenses, employees, wages, commission.
I understand that, sir. Were you sharing?
the end of it, sure.
Were you sharing in the profits 50-50?
No, not 50-50. I'm a majority shareholder in Dalian.
Okay,
Why
so
would I share
so
50-50?
what was your share of the $4.9 million?
Well, it's not $4.9 million though. It's revenue. That's $4.9 million in revenue.
Okay, let's not
It's
play
different.
games. What did you take home? What was your commission for ArriveCan? Give me a number, please.
There is no number because
Why not?
When you own a business,
This guy is going to lecture Brock on business. There is no number.
Sorry. He knows the number.
He sure does.
That should be plain as day. The fact that he's trying to avoid giving the answer, he can give the answer right now in a second.
Hey, he had the... Remember when he said, oh, let me give you the answer right here. I want to be accurate. $91 million. Remember when he said that?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know that, but you don't know what your take-home... Like, so, okay. So I think what he's going to try to argue is, well, listen, that was one contract on a year, and that wasn't just my money. That money went into Dalian, and that was used to pay expenses, rent, and all of this stuff. So I can't really give you that. Well, like, where did you think you were coming? To the beach? Sorry. Maybe you should have, it was obvious that he watched the hearings last week because he held up the Auditor General's report. He said, please don't come after me. And they were asked, how much did you get? What is it per hour? Do you know why they're asking, Mr. Yo? Because they want to assess the dollar value per hour that Canadians got out of your company for ArriveCan. That's why he's asking you that question. And if you don't know that's why he's asking you that question, you should not be lecturing anybody on business. Let's see. We have a member comment from Nimo, member for 3 months. Thank you very much for sticking around. If he is native, where is his native decor?
I saw this earlier.
Your guess is as good as ours. Maybe he's talking about the pin that he's wearing. I don't know. But it's a good question. The Excalibur 45 with a $7 super chat. Hopefully this does not run over time, or we might see the prop company come and strip the room of props in his rented metals.
It's a staging company. That's funny,
right? You see like Rocco and Bill go behind him and start stripping the walls. Bert Alberta with a $10 super chat. Oops, sorry, tuned in late. Thought we were further along. Next time, Blake Desjardins goes, Garnet Genis follows, and Let's Loose. Listen to the full thing at work today, so I'm back tonight just for Northern Perspective. Oh, thank you very much for that. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, we better move it along if we want to get there.
And you have multiple...
You have to declare this as income, sir. So why would you not have this number? You're going to provide this committee, sir. You're going to provide this committee within 7 days your actual remuneration or bonuses on the ArriveCan app. Okay, within 7 days.
If we get asked to do that, sir, we will absolutely provide it. It's not an issue.
And then over and above that 4.9 million, I want to know...
You're out of time, but you've asked for some documents. I just want to ensure that Mr. Yo, is that you received a request from a member to provide some financial documents? Is that something you're prepared to do? Is that something you can do within a reasonable amount of time? I say that because often witnesses will agree to provide information that is requested by the committee. I think you said if you're asked by the committee, you would do so. We can formally do that, but we tried to avoid that. Is that the information Mr. Brock asked you to provide? Is that something you could do?
Yeah. Like I said, I'm willing to support the committee on anything and everything that you guys need to be able to get to where you need to go. So if there's a request for, what kind of remuneration would have come out of 4.9 million in ArriveCan, then we will provide that.
Okay, I appreciate that. I also, Mr. Brock mentioned 7 days. I'm a little more generous. You have a couple weeks to get that before you begin to get some calls from my assistants in this committee. But thank you. I appreciate the clarity on that.
I can assure you we'll get back.
I believe you will. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Brock, that is your time. Moving now to Ms. Yip. You have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, that's not happening. Stand by. Well, you wanted to hear Ms. Yip?
No, not particularly.
No, I don't think she's going to add anything of value. Fellow good with a $5 super chat. Cripes, I can smell the sulfur off his cloven hooves from here. And Jordan Birch with a $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Sir, who ordered the co-red? You want the truth? You can't handle the truth! Good movie, Few Good Men.
Oh, just make me kidding.
Suivant, c'est Madame Sécla Desgagnés.
Next, we have Madame Desgagnés.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'aimerais continuer sur...
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to continue with what I was asking about earlier. Perhaps I could assist you, given that you didn't remember exactly how much you pocketed with ArriveCan. Perhaps that money was deposited in tax haven accounts. According to what the press has found, you opened accounts in your name in tax havens on 2 occasions since 2011. How much money did you put into tax havens, Mr. Yeo?
Yep. No, I first of all, the press, they come out with their fake news on me being an employer of the government for decades. So I mean, you got to take that for what it's worth. But yeah, in reference to that, this goes back to my Afghanistan days. I'll be honest with you. 2008, 2009, 2010, before I went to Afghanistan, I was traveling all over the world and basically going to NATO planning meetings, going to NATO operational planning meetings.
On n'ouvre pas des comptes de banque dans les endroits où on voyage.
We don't open bank accounts in places we're traveling through. Even if you travel for diplomatic purposes, you don't normally open bank accounts when you travel.
Yeah, but I was a consultant back then. But it gave me an awareness of international. I'm an entrepreneur first, right? I'm an entrepreneur first. I'm a soldier second, and I own Dalian third.
Pouvez-vous répondre, s'il vous plaît, combien d'argent a été placé?
Could you answer the question? How much money was invested where it was declared to be a tax haven?
I like her. I really like her.
She is feisty.
Like, just be quiet and answer the question, sir. Well, I was traveling all over the world, and so? What's your point? Nobody cares. Just like nobody cares about the medals that are, hanging off you, which you conspicuously didn't have on the first time. Like, this is something else. Anyway, she's killing it, man. Like, she is a really, really, like, the Bloc, they have some really quality MPs on committee. I don't agree with a lot of their politics, but you can't argue that they have some really solid MPs that are asking solid questions.
No, she's sharp.
Yeah, her and Vignola, very, very good. Let's get back to it.
0. You opened accounts in places where they put no money in? Why did you open the accounts?
So I was getting to that. So, as an entrepreneur, I am very interested in international business, And so, when I came back.
I'm sorry. As an entrepreneur, I'm very interested in international business. Your business's only client is the government of Canada. What? I would say that as an entrepreneur, according to your business model, your only interest is in the government of Canada, which is in Canada.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
That's sus as hell.
Like, unless I'm missing something, that's what I'm getting out of it. RX with a $5 super chat. Yo paraphrased in Freeland's voice. Let me be clear. This year's revenue is down 10%, which is third highest decrease in the world. Isn't that great? Okay, apologize for my Freeland voice, everybody.
From Afghanistan, I looked into trying to understand how to do international business, and that's what led me to figuring out how to do an EIBC and figuring out how to do international bank accounts and things like that. It was just purely an exercise on, my own, entrepreneurship and trying to figure out stuff. But yeah, no, there's no smoking gun there. There's nothing down there.
Votre réponse est hallucinante, Monsieur Yeo.
Your answer is unbelievable, because to be an entrepreneur, you open bank accounts in tax havens. It's just unbelievable. Next question. Let's continue with your affiliation with the People's PPC of Mr. Bernier. You ran for them? Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Et connaissez-vous?
And what's your connection with Mr. Bernier? Did you know him for a long time?
No. I obviously being with the PC party and him obviously going after the leadership during the Andrew Scheer days. That's my awareness of him, but I hadn't met him before, to be honest with you.
Vous êtes présenté pour le Parti populaire sans...
You ran for the People's Party of Canada without knowing the person who was recruiting for the People's Party?
Don't even understand why. Look at the look on his face right now.
And the People's Party kicked him out.
The People's Party,
I know there's people that support the People's Party of Canada, which is fine. This isn't about that. It's the fact that you're going to run for a party that, frankly, it doesn't have a footprint in Parliament yet. So it's going to have a pretty small footprint. And you're trying to say that you didn't meet Bernier, you didn't even talk to him? I guess it's possible, but it's also bizarre.
Well, I think it plays into what we were talking about before, about him having this whole ego thing, where it's not enough for him to be pulling all this stuff off. He also wants to be a big shot for it. And him talking about I wanted to get in international business. Well, that's coupled with all this crap that he's doing to show off his medals and everything else, and him talking about being an international businessman.
I'm just gonna check something, because
it almost screams pathological liar. That guy that tells you stories about hunting dinosaurs on the weekend with his dad from a helicopter. That guy,
Let's see. Yeah, he was a candidate. He was a candidate for Ottawa West. Okay, so here's another. That's why I'm looking. This was 2021. So here's the thing. I hope he disclosed that he was that he was the CEO of Dalian Enterprises at the time. Now, here's the thing. It wouldn't have been a problem until he was elected, because I actually looked into this, right? So it wouldn't have been a problem until unless he won the election. If he won the election, he would have had to resign from Dalian, and Dalian's business would have effectively ended there. So I don't even know what this guy is even complaining about right now, because if he had won the election, if he'd won his seat in 2021, he would have had to essentially, Dalian would have closed down. That would have been a blatant conflict of interest in disclosure, and he would have had to sever all ties. And it sounds like he's the only one that is has all the relationships that actually makes Dalian work.
I don't think he would have, though, because he's already talked about putting everything into a trust, right? And having the trust corporation own his shares in Dalian. That's what he would have done, and
give the signature away.
Yeah.
So very, very strange set of decision that this guy has made. Very strange. Or he used the PPC election as a way to promote who he was and publicize Dalian. That's probably the most likely thing, knowing that he wouldn't win. Anyway, the fellow good with a $2 super chat. Give him a mirror and wind him up and watch him go. Leo Orchard with a $5 super chat, but 45 minutes behind. In some ways, this guy is more of a clown than Anthony. Yeah, in some ways. The legal cat lady with $2 super chat. You can't deny Quebecois do have panache. They certainly do. For 20 hitter with a $2 super chat. Oh, you want this one?
What the hell is going on?
Diane Sylvain with a $20 super chat. Hi, Barnaby and Cypher. Late due to family dinner. Good to hear Barnaby's voice. This guy's acting like he has spent his time in a chalet, or is it a cottage? What a grandiosity complex he has. Delusions of grandeur. Yes, and he has neither. But he does have a lot of Canadian taxpayer money. Nitmar with us, Nitmar666 with a member comment. Thank you very much. He was logistics in Afghanistan for Tim Hortons. Serving coffee.
I like that one.
And RX with a $2 super chat. The political angle's about to get good. Just wait. Oh, great. Here we go.
Say again?
You ran for the People's Party of Canada without knowing the key person who was recruiting candidates for that party?
No,
Vous connaissez pas M. Bernier?
Yeah,
You didn't know Mr. Bernier?
as a leader that was trying to be a part of the
Vous n'avez jamais rencontré M. Bernier personnellement?
You never personally met Mr. Bernier?
It sounds like no, but the question is, have you ever met did you meet Mr. Bernier?
Oh, yes, absolutely, on a couple of occasions.
Et voilà.
For sure.
Didn't he just say he didn't?
He did.
Okay.
Like-
just making sure.
Like a minute ago.
Just making sure. Next.
I will.
Sorry.
Yes, I will. I'm going to pocket all this for relevance at a future committee meeting when I'm being raised about relevance. But anyway, for now, throwing that to Mr. Desjardins, and of course my belief that members have wide latitude to ask questions. This will be Exhibit A. Mr. Desjardins.
That was a shot at your girlfriend, Barnaby, just to be clear there.
You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll just follow up on that last question, and then I'll go to another question if I have enough time. But in relation to your political affiliation, you said you're an active member of the Conservative Party today?
Correct, yeah.
And do you make fiscal donation to the Conservative Party?
I have, yeah, since 2020, yeah.
Have you ever met with or lobbied on behalf of your company with any members of the Conservative Party?
Absolutely not.
Have you ever registered in the lobbyist registry?
No, definitely not.
You've never registered in the lobbyist registry?
No.
Have you ever
I've never
spoken
been-
about your company to a government official?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is going to be a problem. He has
Looks
all...
like you were right, RX.
He has all these relationships in the government. And if you've been speaking and advocating for your company, then you're supposed to be a registered lobbyist. Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. Here we go.
No, definitely not. Yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
moving on then.
Sorry.
In terms of my previous line of questioning on your knowledge about the execution of contracts and subcontracting and task authorizations, it's clear what was made in testimony in prior committees that in relation to Bottler, it's very clear from their testimony that they did not provide consent, written consent, of their knowledge that you had executed a contract in their name, a subcontract, without their knowledge. Is that true?
Yeah, as far as we're aware, when it comes to Bottler, they had a task authorization. We had a task authorization come from CBSA that was going to GC Strategies. That's our relationship with, that's where it stops, is with GC Strategies. They hired Bottler as a subcontractor underneath them. So our relationship was really with GC Strategies, and Bottler's relationship was with GC Strategies. We didn't have a direct relationship with Bottler.
Yeah, but here's the problem, Mr. Yo. This is the problem. So, okay, a couple things. I saw there was some confusion about people being lost about the whole lobby question. So, when it comes to lobbying, so a lobbyist is somebody that essentially acts on behalf of a company, and they meet with people inside the government in order to try to advocate for that company's behalf, possibly secure contracts, influence legislation, that sort of thing. But in order to do that, in order to be allowed to do that legally, you have to be what's called a registered lobbyist. And on, I believe it's opengovernment.ca, you can see the list of all of the registered lobbyists for the federal government. Those are people that are legally allowed to lobby on behalf of other companies. If David Yeo was going around advocating, lobbying on Dalian's behalf with a bunch of different elected officials or public servants, that's lobbying, because he's also being paid by Dalian, right? And he is lobbying for their interests. And then that may secure contracts, that type of thing, as he was a consultant. And trying to get more contracts, lobbying, hey, you should do this, you should do that, this is what you... So that could be a big problem for him if he's not a registered lobbyist. So someone's going to have to make a decision based on the activities that he engaged in, whether or not that classifies as lobbying. And if it does, he's going to have some problems. The second piece here is, one of the big complaints is that Dalian entered into a contract with CBSA, technically on their behalf, without authorization. Now, he's saying, no, we received a task authorization and we gave that to GC Strategy, and then they decided to select Bottler. That is not what happened. And we all know it. We all know it because of all of the evidence that has come up from the Globe and Mail, all the evidence that has come up from Bottler, and all the evidence that we've presented on Northern Perspective. So what actually happened is Cameron McDonald was tapped on the shoulder to find a solution to the harassment complaints going on in CBSA and a way to manage that. He then did some research and found out about Bottler's app that was basically helping people understand what if what they're experiencing is harassment, whether it's sexual in nature or not, and it helped them understand what their legal remedies might be. So he decided, there we go, but I can't just reach out to those people because of government competition laws. So I'm going to tap my boy, Christian Firth at GC Strategies that I've known for a while, and I'm going to say, hey, let's get these guys in and see if they're going to be a good fit. So then Christian reaches out to them, it's all documented, and then ends up setting things up with Bottler and convincing them, oh yeah, this is going to be a breeze, no problem, blah, 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 blah. And then they meet with Christian Firth, and then they put together the solution and then present it to CBSA. CBSA gets all excited, and then Christian or Cameron McDonald has to find a way to pay for this. And again, he doesn't want to go through a competition, and he doesn't want to ask for additional money. So he then creates a tax authorization, and to my knowledge, Ratika Dutt and Amir Morv's name were on that task authorization, which is the problem here. This is what Bottler's talking about. And then that's sent over to Dalian. Now, that is effectively Dalian entering into a contract on behalf of Ratika Dutt and Amir Morv with CBSA, because they're accepting that contract and money on their behalf.
And the implication is there that they're employees of the corporation, of Dalian in that instance, yeah?
Well, here's the problem. Technically not, because they're not signatories on there. It's just implied that at some level they're going to get that money. This is the whole problem with this process. Dalian should have said right out of the gate, no, this doesn't make sense. Because they would have had a backroom conversation with GC Strategies on this. So Christian Firth would have had a chat with Yo. He would have had a chat with Christian Firth, and they would have said, okay, this is how we're going to do this. And they all agreed. They had a gentleman's handshake on this. And then you have Dalian saying, all right, so that's what we're going to do. We're then going to automatically subcontract this out to GC Strategies. Because here's the question. Why would Dalian not just subcontract out directly to Butler at that point? Give me one good reason why they wouldn't. And there isn't one.
Sure there is.
What's the good reason?
Well, if they don't, GC Strategies doesn't make any money.
That's not a good reason.
It is from their perspective.
But what does Dalian care?
Yeah.
Dalian doesn't care.
Dalian cares because GC Strategies is involved in the incestuous relationship that they have, where they are looking out for each other. They are doing this, as you said earlier, in like both ways.
Yeah, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours on a later
and I
contract.
want to point something out at the beginning of all this. He referred to GC Strategy. Interestingly, everybody else involved in this whole thing refers to GC Strategies by the full name. He has a nickname for them. And he's called them GC multiple times.
Yeah.
It might be nothing. I might be overreading it. But it seems like that's a figure of like the
familiarity.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Isn't that interesting?
Hmm.
You might be onto something there. That was a good catch, Barnaby. Very good catch. So anyway, we'll see what happens. Nilek with a $2 super chat.
Oh, come on!
Thank you very much for that. I think we'll be seeing Jim a few more times. 5W with a $5 super chat. Not an NDP supporter, but can we have a shout out for bolo ties? Yeah, you don't see them too often anymore. And Reaper Cheap with a $5 super chat. I love all the new entities in the chat. Exponential math, baby. We are growing. There you go. And 1,918 likes. Very good. The Excalibur 45 with a $2.79 super chat. 3-card Monte at the government level.
WTF.
There you go. That's what 279 will get you. You get Pierre, the man himself. All right, let's continue because Janice should be up right after this gentleman. Oh, Christy May with a last-minute super chat with a $5. Thank you very much. Thank you, Cypher, for your explanation. I follow for this very reason. The NP team, thank you. Fox, feel better very soon. Sending well wishes. Thank you very much. I'll let her know.
And so you feel as though that your relationship with GC Strategies in this case was your level of accountability to the task authorization and not to the other subcontractors of GC Strategies. Do I understand that correctly?
Yeah, in normal circumstance, the prime contractor and the subcontractor have the relationship. If there's other things happening below that, then we have no influence on that.
And considering you're engaged in the same project, it seems unbecoming that you did not have knowledge that GC Strategies had this sophisticated layer of task authorizations that hid the actual work that these subcontractors were doing, including your company. And I'll ask one more time, what does your company do? What did you do absent of hire other subcontractors?
What is it that you do?
It's the normal course of action for general contractors. You can find that in any.
No. What do you do other than that?
Other than that, So I'm trying to get to that. When it comes to what we do, and this was asked to me in OGO as well, and so
it's still confusing.
Yeah, well, it happens with every company.
No, this happens with your company. I'm asking about your company, sir.
Okay,
what does your company actually do?
Yeah.
Mr. J, I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Yao for an
contractor-
answer, but your time is up, so please don't interrupt him. Mr. Yao, I'll allow you to answer, moving on to the next person.
Yeah, every general contractor with the government, when it comes to TBIPS contracts, PS Online, TSPS, it doesn't matter. We are the general contractor and the prime contractor for the government. We hire subcontractors to do the work. So what we do is contract management, not the actual work.
Thank you very much. Turning now to Mr. Genuis, you have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Before we get to Mr. Genis, There you go. We don't do anything. Don't do anything. We take taxpayer money. That's what we do. Nilik with a $2 super chat. So happy I suggested the gym meme. Yeah, it is a good one. And I made it really, really short. Otherwise, it would give people
Emotional damage.
And then, can't have that. Peter G with a $2 super chat. Wow, he is so filibustering. Yeah, and trying to avoid actually answering the question. And everybody knows it. That's the thing. Everybody on committee knows it. So
I'm enjoying the NDP member though, trying to. I wonder if he's watching our streams and catching the Genuous clip that you play a lot. trying to get on there somehow, trying to play on some of that.
Yeah. Peter G with 5 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you very much, Peter G. All right, let's continue.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Yao, it's good to see you again. You testified before Parliament on October the 31st of last year. I did at the time ask you, what would you say you do here? And this was one answer you gave in the course of that round. You said, I am an executive on the board of directors for Dalian, and I maintain all of the governance as it relates to the PSAB. Mr. Yao, was that the truth as of October 31st of 2023?
You can't handle the truth.
So, Mr. Chair, just a correction, it's Mr. Yo. Okay, not Yao.
How about just an answer?
Oh, jeez, Janice. Oh, okay. This is how this is gonna go. Alrighty, buckle up, everybody.
I will answer you for sure, but it ends up that we were in that time frame of dealing with lawyers, and I had been directing at a director level.
Sir. October the 31st, you were before this committee.
Yeah.
You answered my question in a particular way. Was what you said to the committee then assembled on October the 31st, was it the truth?
Because here's the problem. He should have said at that time, I'm in the process of divesting myself and removing myself from the company. I have resigned as CEO of Dalian. That was what he should have said. But the fact that he said, I maintain governments, I'm on the executive team at Dalian. So that was technically a lie.
God, the guy's ego though, and that's what's going to kill him here is his ego came out on that day. And he said he's on the board of directors. What board?
Right.
One guy.
Right.
There's 3 people that work there, and he's the only director. He's the only guy on the board. He is the board.
Mr. I am the law. I am the law.
He's talking like there's 20 people on this board of directors. There's one, him.
Right. That would be if we ever if I ever started a company called, Cypher's Fries, right? And it was just like a chip truck on the corner. And I went around saying, I'm the CEO of Cypher's Fries and I'm the chairman of the board.
Yeah.
It would sound
Meanwhile,
stupid.
You're the guy serving fries.
It would sound stupid because it would be stupid. And because I agree, that's what this guy's doing. But the other thing I was just thinking about, maybe it wasn't a lie because, again, maybe he never intended of resigning from Dalian. So maybe it was the truth.
I think that's the road that Genuous is going down.
I think so.
He's trying to peg him down to that.
I think so. And let's peg down the Jillian Davis with a $2 super chat. And that's your first on live stream. Thank you so much for that.
So at that time, there was no divestiture because we were working on it. And
were
also
you
I had put
quote
in
on the were you quote an executive on the board of directors for Dalian? Were you the one who quote maintained all of the governance on October the 31st? Was that true? Yes or no?
Sure. Yes.
It was true.
Well, that's the answer you're looking for, so I'm going to give it to you.
No, sir. I'm looking for the true answer.
So, the true answer is
just as I was on October the 31st.
We were in flux during that time period in order to, obviously, we had 60 days to get everything done, and we did that with Dalian and got our non-disclosure in and our no access.
Okay, sir, you're not in flux. You either were on the board of directors or you weren't on the board of directors, right? You know, a person is either pregnant or not. They're either on the board of directors or they're not on the board of directors. They're not half pregnant and they're not half on the board of directors. You have said that shamefully the media.
Look at Brock. He's just like, he's enjoying this. He's like, he's looking at his protege and saying, "My man." Oh, I need to bring up Morbo.
You will be destroyed!
Because that's exactly what's happening here. Oh my goodness. But just look at that look on Brock's face. He's like, oh, I'm enjoying this because I don't have to be the one to do it. So, anyway, we have a member comment from Jody, member for 1 month. Everyone takes a shot every time Cypher says that's a prop. Oh, please don't. That's going to be a dangerous live stream if we do that. And Casper H with a $50 super chat. Thank you so much for that, Casper. Good to see you. Get well soon, Fox. I will pass that along to her. The fellow good with a $2 super chat. He's big in the head and baggy in the trousers. LOL. Okay, this is fun. I'm going to try and let this play out as long as possible before jumping in.
For H. Good to see you, buddy.
Media have claimed that you were on the board of directors and a government employee at the same time without asking you. Well, maybe they didn't need to ask you because they foolishly assumed that what you told Parliament on October the 31st was true. Now, sir, your LinkedIn account says that you were a business owner at Dalian Enterprises from 2001 until present. And you were employed by the Department of National Defense continuously from 1987 until present. So, again, to your truthfulness or not, was your LinkedIn account accurate in description of those timelines?
Well, if you look at LinkedIn, it is a non-authoritative source. First of all, it's LinkedIn. It's a web page. All right.
Why would we believe what's on the internet, sir? It's your own LinkedIn profile, sir. Why would we expect that you would put accurate information on your own LinkedIn page? Outrageous.
All right,
so, Chair, I'm okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to answer that question. If I could.
Well, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Januous. It is his round of questioning. I'll just ask you to. We can all hear you quite clearly, so if you could just keep that in mind, Mr. Januous.
Thank you, Chair. I am getting a little bit excited here because. Mr. Yao, you have Mr. Yo, whatever your name is, sir.
Yo, man.
Brock. Yo, man. Oh,
that's a great pause. The cringe on his face is awesome.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Brock, if you're watching. Oh, jeez. Or if it's Mr. Brock's staff watching, I'm also sorry. But that's a great shot. Because we're all feeling it. That's the embodiment of everybody in chat for this entire stream whenever they're looking at Mr. Yo. Oh, my goodness. It's
emotional damage.
That's what we're getting. Oh, okay.
You gotta love your work. That's what they say, right?
Yeah.
You're looking at it, folks.
All right, off we go, Mr. Yo.
All right, hold on. Mr. Genuous, I would ask, names are important.
Okay.
We all make mistakes, but if you could conduct yourselves in a way that shows our witness respect,
okay,
I'd
it's Janice,
it.
by the way, but...
That's a good point, yes, and it's William's son. I realize
if we're insisting...
All right, you have a minute and a half left, Mr. Genuous.
Okay.
For the record, we called him by his proper name. Because we made sure, because we heard two different versions and we finally got... So it is Mr. Janice.
Oh, I mispronounced.
Hmm?
I said I mispronounced it earlier.
Everybody does. Even Kelly McCauley, he says Mr. Genuous, and I imagine so many people will get his name wrong. He just doesn't care anymore. He's just like, whatever. So he must find it rich when Mr. Yo is correcting him for his last name. Women hauling oversized with a $2.79 super chat. The arrogance is astounding, isn't it? And Rev says with a $5 super chat. What is that wet scrunching noise? Janice keeps hitting Yo with a baseball bat. Oh God. All right.
Sir, you have on your LinkedIn profile a claim that you were simultaneously working for the government and leading Dalian. You told this committee on October the 31st, pardon me, not this committee, but you told that committee on October 31st that you were you were on the board of directors for Dalian. You were at the time employed by the government. And you have subsequently said, oh, no, there was some flux going on. But you clearly were in a conflict of interest, weren't you, sir? You were clearly doing both at the same time. And now you're trying to weasel your way out of it after the fact, but you were clearly in a conflict of interest, were you not?
So, okay, so I need to answer the LinkedIn side of it first. First of all, it's a non-authoritative source, and it's on the internet.
It's your profile.
It did say 1987.
Did you write it?
It did not describe all of my service that I have done. I have done 14 years in the Reg Force, 10 years in the reserves, 20 years as a contractor. I've had 36 years in the department.
Did you subcontract the writing of your LinkedIn profile, sir?
Should have.
Your time for
So I
questions.
needed to answer your question. You asked me a question, and I'm trying to answer it. Okay. The department has deemed.
Were you not in a conflict of interest being on the board of directors of Dalian at the same time as you were an employee of a department that was giving contracts to a company that you, according to your testimony before Parliament, were on the board of directors of?
Thank you, Mr. Jenners. That is your time. I will allow for an answer, please. Yes, I will allow you to answer, Mr. Jenners. Your time is expired. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. Chair. Yeah. My understanding is that D&D has made a statement that there was no conflict of interest. Period.
Thank you. Turning now to Ms.
Well, that puts it to rest then, doesn't it?
Turning now to Ms.
My goodness. Well, here's the thing. D&D suspended him. If there wasn't a conflict of interest, why would they suspend him? That's my question. Or did they just say it wasn't a conflict of interest, so there was no problem?
I don't know why D&D would touch it with a 10-foot pole unless they're worried about backlash onto them.
Well, and that's what I'm wondering, right?
Yeah, they're worried about looking stupid for having not seen it.
Could be. And
D&D already has taken over the years many political hits, and they are very worried about, like, D&D is very, very worried about public image all the time. So,
and this is the hottest political topic in Canadian politics right now.
Yeah. Well, it affects their funding, right? Like public image affects how the politicians treat them and how they fund them. And yeah, so they're very, very concerned with that. So they're probably just simply acting defensively, hoping to, they were probably acting, it was probably a gut reaction. And they were probably thinking about protecting D&D, not him.
Or he has some buddies at D&D.
Also possible. Yeah.
So, the Jillian Davis with a $2 super chat. CSIS, Nova Scotia is like Swiss cheese. This guy is why. I'm not sure I get that. I think NS is Nova Scotia, but I could be wrong. So sorry if I butchered your joke, Jillian Davis. Thank you very much for the $2 super chat, though.
Ms. Bradford, you have the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Yo, getting back to your aborted political career, where you were a candidate for the PPC, do you not, a party that was against vaccine mandates, do you not see any hypocrisy in working on an ArriveCan app that was designed to track people's vaccine records? and when you actually didn't believe in the vaccine mandates in the first place and were running for a party, that actually took that position?
Yeah, there's definitely a why as to why, and thank you for the question. There was a why as to why I was trying to become a member of parliament, much like you folks around the table today, and I wish somebody would ask me about that at some point during this time period, because it's a much different answer than you think. Second of all, when it comes to vaccine mandates, I'm buried 2 gates deep at D&D, and then at nights and weekends, I'm doing work with the PPC for the election. And so, from my side of it, I had no, visibility into a low-level contract that was with a staff augmentation contract with CBSA and the work that was going on, for the ArriveCan. We were doing a much more work than just ArriveCan, and so I had no visibility at the time.
So I decided to look this up. There's an article in the Ottawa Citizen, and I'll just read it for everybody. D&D and military personnel okay to have side contracts with federal government. There were no rules against serving military personnel or public servants at National Defense having contracts on the side with their own department or the federal government, this newspaper has confirmed. And although such side deals are allowed, National Defense admits it doesn't know how many such contracts are in place.
That's bad.
But here's the thing. It's not up to D&D. I'm almost positive this is a public service procurement policy that comes down from Treasury Board Secretariat.
Actually, wait, I think you're onto something. So that would imply that D&D has no rules, but this was
Correct.
a contract through CBSA.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because, like, if D&D doesn't have such rules, it doesn't mean that the public service procurement arm and Treasury Board Secretariat don't. And their policies govern all agencies.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter whether they have one or not. Because typically what would happen in an organization like the government is your agency would have a policy, and sometimes, like if it does, sometimes that overrides in some cases, if it's more restrictive, it would override the policy that comes above it. But if there is no such policy, if they say, well, there are no rules, well, that doesn't really mean anything. Because if I am correct, and the policy from Treasury Board Secretariat is that, well, you can't do that, that's a conflict of interest, well then then it doesn't matter. It means you can't. And here's the other question. Why would he be in the midst of declaring a conflict of interest and disclosure if they didn't have a policy on it? That's my other question. Why would he be in the midst of this complicated process if, according to D&D, they don't have a policy? It means that there's a policy coming from Treasury Board.
Yeah, by the time they know about it, though, the reason is clear. It's because when they realize that this is all going sideways, that's when they're taking actions. They're starting to do covering, like they're starting to try and not cover it up, but they're trying to take mitigating actions. Right? That's what he's talking about. Like that's why it's begun, right? Otherwise, he would have just carried on like it was nothing.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. Anyway, let's continue.
So I just want you to go back again because I'm a bit confused. Are you saying, I think a previous answer was that Dalian and you personally actually did no actual work on the ArriveCan app? You subcontracted it all, is that correct? You didn't actually do any actual work on that?
Well, I mean, like we're prime contractors on a staff augmentation contract that staffs, subject matter experts into CBSA to actually perform the work, like to code the application and project management and security and everything else. So saying we don't do any work is a little not true. But at the end of the day, we do subcontract out that work to subject matter experts that do eventually make their way into CVSA to actually perform the work. Yeah.
No, you didn't do any work on the ArriveCan. Let me just correct that for you. Anyhow, I missed these earlier. Want to get them in. The fellow good with a $2 super chat. Tell me you're guilty without telling me you're guilty, right?
Yeah.
Casper H with 10 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you so much for that, Casper. 5W with a $5 super chat. I feel you, buddy. Nobody asks me about my political aspirations.
Yeah, I saw that one. It was posted.
One live stream, maybe we'll ask you 5W, but it won't be today. Diane Sylvain with a $5 super chat. Aw, I did not know Fox was not feeling well. Prayers for her quick recovery. Thank you very much for that. And RX with a $5 super chat. Get well soon, Fox. I have been having a hard time not spilling the beans on all the good parts, laughing just thinking about Janice. I love when he corrected Wilkinson there. Rabu Sadies with a $5 super chat. Reminds me of the adage, illegal unless you buy a license equals legal for a price. Yeah, right?
Skeletor meme.
And Diane Sylvain with a $20 super chat. Brock was doing the alpha wolf sign with his hands. Whatever your name is, this is not worth watching just for that. Or whatever your name is, this is worth watching just for that. Jenna's got him. Mr. Yo cannot recover from that credibility hit. A jury would see right through him. I don't disagree with that. And Canadian Crusader with a $10 super chat. When Garnett called out the chair and said he pronounced his own last name wrong, he said he did. Then said that the chair said it wrong again right after. Yeah, I caught that as well. I'm 5 minutes behind. Now make it short. All right, here we go.
So you got 18.2% commission rate on the $4.9 million ArriveCan contract. Is that correct? That's about $89,000 in commission.
That's what my staff has told me is 18.2. Yeah.
So how much was your overhead, and how much was the remaining profit?
He doesn't know.
I'd have to go and ask our CFO to try and figure that out. But we have, my office in 222 Somerset. We have employees, commissions, everything else like that. So I'm not sure what the exact number is.
Yeah, all those employees. All two of them. All two employees. Oh, we got salaries. We got benefits for all of our employees. Jeez. Come on, man.
But most of the work is subcontracted out to others. That's correct.
Absolutely. Yeah, like in some cases, it's our own, consulting bench that goes out to do this. And in
Oh, stop. Your own consulting bench. You mean Cordex. Okay, that answer really bothers me. Everybody. When he says crap like that, they have two employees. What bench are you talking about? So what he means is the guys downstairs in the same office building, Cordex. So they just subcontract out to those guys. And then Cordex takes a cut. His buddy Colin Wood and his team, they take a cut. Like Colin Wood is president of Cordex, but he's a director on Dalian. David Yo is CEO of Dalian, but is a director in Cordex. So, like, there's all of this double dipping going on, and that way everybody gets paid from every single contract. It's ridiculous. So don't tell me you have a bench. It's
every time he says anything plural referring to like any part of his company.
It's Cordex.
That's those two guys again. Like, oh, here, you two guys go and do this. Okay, now go and do this. Like, are you sending the same two guys to do everything?
No, he's talking about Cordex, the other company.
I know. That's what I'm pointing out. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous. Like, we know you have two employees. That's it.
Anyway.
some cases, we did some work with GC. So.
Now, if you're the majority shareholder in the company, what percentage of the net profit do you get?
Well, that's a question of, how much expenses are within the company. But, in normal shareholder perspective, if you are a majority shareholder and you have minority shareholders, at the end of the year, everybody's T5'd out as far as dividends is concerned if we have a profit.
So going back to when you formed your company in 2001 or 2002, basically Dalian was formed to go after Indigenous contracts?
Yep, absolutely, because of my background and heritage, yeah.
Right. So then if you subcontract everything else out to other companies, they don't have to be Indigenous service providers?
No, not necessarily. I mean, I helped Alan Frost with a number of other companies start the PSAB. He had already got it going, but we had, helped him formulate some of the policies back then. And it was basically for entrepreneurs that needed to have access to government contracts. So from that perspective, it was all about having ownership in the company and having the ability to grow the company through government contracts, and then potentially either start another company or potentially hire employees and keep growing your own business. It's a very good policy.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I helped the guys write it. It's for owners of Indigenous businesses to get access to government contracts. It's a very good policy. And no, you don't have to. I'm sure the government of Canada is very interested in hearing you say that.
He helped the guys write it.
That's what I heard.
Just having a moment. He helped the guys write it. He wrote the policy. He helped write the policy that he then formed a company to take advantage of.
Yeah, I'm not going to take that at face value. That's what it sounded like he said, but I'm going to actually look into that like after this because I want to make sure that we're accurate on that. But if what he's saying is accurate, that's something else.
If that's true, he's stupider than I could ever give him credit for saying that to these people in committee directly, and trying to take credit for it like it's a positive.
And guaranteed, if that is what it is, you can believe that Barrett, Brock, and Janice are all just shifting in their chairs, saying, "Oh, really?" and getting ready to just absolutely throw down on this guy.
I don't want to believe that the guy is this is a weird thing to say, but I actually don't want to believe
that he's that dumb.
That a guy capable of getting this kind of money out of our government, capable of convincing people in our government to pay him this kind of money, is that utterly stupid.
Well, I guess we're going to find out. Driveway Saves with a $5 super chat. Here in the Dalian Cortex family, it is not so much a family tree as much as a family branch. Yeah, that's pretty much it. The Jillian Davis with a $2 super chat. Corpus do major reporting. How does yo no zip? Right? And the fellow good with a $5 super chat. Your tax dollar works, folks. I haven't filed in 8 years. In 2 more, I'll be getting 3 squares and free red circus. Well played. Well played. On we go.
Okay, now in your testimony, Mr. Yo, you mentioned that you provided your signature to your staff to use when needed. Do you think that was appropriate under the circumstances, looking back on it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was divesting my...
The answer is no, you stupid moron. All right. I'll let him go.
Myself from the company. I had no hands on the business after the 19th of September, and actually prior to that, and they still need to get stuff signed. So you see that all the time in big corporations, where...
No, you do. Oh my goodness.
No, we've been over this, buddy.
You've never worked for a big corporation, you fool. Wow.
Big corporations spend months trying to get their executives pinned down to actually sign something.
I need Jim.
Oh, come on!
That's called... Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my head's going to explode. I understand the warnings now for the glasses flying across the room, everybody.
Unfortunately, Fox is out of commission, so she can't stop you.
What happens in organizations is called delegated authority. Delegated authority doesn't mean you hand somebody, you rip off your arm and allow them to sign it with your hand. Delegated authority is you literally delegate your authority to somebody else, so they are now accountable. What? This just shows us this guy has no understanding. Zero. Of how business actually functions. Off we go.
There's signatures provided.
I think a person's signature indicates that you're personally tied into that contract or that deal. I think people don't look at a signature thinking, well, that's not really.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's March 19th. It's 11:57 p.m. Eastern Time. I agree with the Liberal. Mark it down. Well, just wait. Just wait for one more. We'll go into another committee and you'll be like, okay, never mind. So I agree. I agree with. She is absolutely correct. 100% correct.
Mr. Yo, that's just somebody else that is signing for Mr. Yo. I think they would probably think that you were overseeing it or responsible and to stand behind your signature.
Yeah.
Even Jenny Yip is...
I own the company and I'm responsible, right? And I've taken that hit and I'm no longer with D&D and my company's been terminated as far as all contracts are concerned. So I'm taking the direct hit on this. But what I can tell you is that this does happen.
And thank you. That is the time.
No, it doesn't.
Beginning our third round with Mr. Nader, you have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
No, Nader's in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Yo, for joining us this afternoon. I want to clarify a few things. Can you confirm that you resigned from the public service on March 5th, 2024? Is that correct?
March the 5th, 2024. That is correct, yep.
Now you'd said that D&D had made a statement that there was no conflict of interest. Was that made directly to you, or who made the...
No, it was out in the media outlets, yeah.
Did you ever receive a report from D&D related to the conflict of interest?
No. It was an alleged conflict that somebody put up, I guess. And what I've heard in the papers, and I know in my own heart, there was no conflict.
So you never received a report on March 3rd of a conflict of interest report from the Department of National Defense?
I did not, no.
Okay. We will follow up on that another time. You mentioned that you had been a consultant for a number of years with the Department of National Defense. I think often we see examples of consultants who work within the department almost parallel to or often in conjunction and integrated with public servants. Did you ever personally have such a relationship at D&D in which you worked at D&D HQ or worked closely with full-time indeterminate public servants during your time as a consultant?
Well, the way the consultant aspect works for most of the departments is that absolutely you are the subject matter expert layer within the directorate, and you have absolutely public servants that manage you on a day-to-day basis. So the interactions there, yeah, absolutely.
So very similar to an employment situation, although you would be on a contract rather than an employee of His Majesty's Public Service. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd go with the employment side of it. You're there as a contractor, right? So through TBIPs, through SBIPs, through PS Online, or one of those other staff augmentation contracts. And then there's a pretty clear line. You have zero ability to sign off or do anything as a consultant, right? So.
And during that period, were you physically working at D&D HQ?
Not at HQ, no. No, I worked for ADM MAT, which is actually under DGLEPM, under the Army side of it.
But you did work at a government office?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I was a part of the whole directorate for 22 years, yeah.
Okay, but at a government office, okay. When was the first time you cashed a check or e-transfer for your ArriveCan app work? When was the first time you received payment? You mentioned 4.9 million over 3 years. What was the date of the first payment receipt?
Are you talking about a commission or something like that?
No, the first payment from the government for your work on ArriveCan.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure if that's right. I'd have to check with our CFO shop. I don't have that detail on me. Yeah.
Okay, I'd appreciate getting...
Did you catch it? Did you catch what he said right at the end, Barnaby?
No.
I'll have to check with our CFO shop. His CFO works for Cordex. Guaranteed.
Huh.
Why not? Why wouldn't you share the same role between two companies in the same office building?
Well, in all honesty, and not saying there's nothing shady going on, but that is something that I've seen before is shared CFOs between multiple companies. That's common.
Yeah, but he's being dishonest about it. He hasn't mentioned Cordex once.
No, he's not identifying who it is.
Because first he was saying our CFO, right? Implying that there's an employee of Dalian that is the chief information officer for Dalian, and this. Remember what we were saying before, that like they would have to have a CFO that would actually have that legally binding authority?
Yeah.
This makes sense why he had to continue to sign. Because there was no actual chief financial officer, that's what CFO means, everybody, in Dalian. So he had nobody else to be able to actually make legally binding contracts. So he intended this whole time for the company to continue on using his signature non-stop for any future contracts, even past this alleged 60 days.
Well, it's more than that too, because he also is he's the claim to the company's ability to go for Indigenous contracts. He is the company's claim to the security requirement for their contracting. So the company literally can't operate without him, because he holds the credentials necessary for the company to qualify for the work they are pursuing.
Mm-hmm.
So that also plays into why he's given them his signatures, because he has to be able to bind the company, which is just the height of stupidity, because that's not an arm's length. Like, that's not him separating himself from the company at all.
No, it makes him directly liable.
Yeah.
Like,
just because he gave somebody a picture of his signature to put onto documents does not negate the fact that in terms of legality, that's him signing the document. That's how DigiSign works. Like, when you send somebody a digital signature request, you are effectively drawing a picture of your signature onto a document, and we consider it to be a legal binding element.
Yeah. So, and this forgive me, everybody, if this is something very obvious to you, but think of it this way. Let's say you misplaced something that could be used as your signature, and then somebody went and signed a document that was basically a commitment to buy a $1 million yacht. They entered into a contract. And then a week goes by, and this company knocks on your door saying, hey, you owe us $1 million. And you're like, no, I don't. And they say, yes, you do. You say, no, I don't. I didn't buy this yacht. And they say, you signed it right here. And you'll say, I didn't sign it. Well, yes, you did. Your signature's right here. Isn't that your signature? Yeah. And then you would argue, oh, well, you know, that's forgery. It wasn't mine. And yeah, you might be able to win that battle. But here, now imagine a different scenario where you're leaving the country and you say, okay, guys, here's my signature. Use it as needed. Now they go and buy that $1 million yacht. Well, you've authorized somebody to use your signature. That is you. For all legal purposes, that is you. Whether you know about it or not. It's you. So there's no, like, this could be a year after this alleged divestiture and everything going on. He's in the conflict of interest because as far as any court of law would be concerned, that is David Yeo signing it.
Precisely.
So, jeez. Okay, I know I'm spending too much time on this, but I'm just incredulous on this. So, apologies for that, everybody. Robert says with a $5 super chat. Chip, now etched in stone. And Danny with a $2.79 super chat. Would you trust this guy with a loaded gun? No, because he wouldn't know if it was loaded or not, and then he'd try and have an argument about it. The Excalibur 45 with a $7 super chat. You can't believe people that dumb can get handed millions of contracts from this Liberal government. Witness after witness proves otherwise. Touche. Susie Bastian, member for 1 month. Yeah, he's taking a hit, but so far he's getting to keep all that money, so it was really a big hit. I could retire on what he got right, because, you know, he didn't go back to the public service for the money. Sherry Hagel with a $5 super chat. In Yo's opening statement at OGO, he said he helped develop the indigenous requirements for them to start Dalian. Okay, thank you for reminding me of that. So there you go. There you go. And Selby with a $7 super chat. Emotional damage. You can have it.
Emotional damage.
Jillian Davis with a $2 super chat. EO IQ equals 35. Dangerous to self and others. Yikes. And the fellow good with a $2 super chat. How did he not yet run afoul of a Nigerian prince? There's still time. There's still time, fellow good. Reaper Cheap with a $2 super chat. He went to acting school with Justin, right?
That information on the first date that we received, as well as the last date. Are you able to tell us approximately when that last payment came through?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, our CFO shop would have all of that detail, and we would provide that to you on a timely basis for sure.
Okay. I would appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
I was thanking the witness. I just acknowledging his agreement. So you've got 90 seconds to go. Sorry, Mr. Nader.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. You'd mentioned in your opening statements how you were either putting your interests in Dalian into a blind trust, or you had already put them into a blind trust when you joined the public service. Can you clarify what you meant by a blind trust?
Oh, sure. So when you do a divestiture, there's lawyers involved, and you have to divest your shares. You have to put them in to a trustee, and there's a lot of documentation back and forth in order to facilitate that. And we did start that right away. My meetings with my lawyers and things like that happened November all the way through into January, and we put the non-disclosure, non-access in with Dalian at the same time, and eventually we did put in all of our documents with D&D. But in hindsight, I'll be honest with you, in hindsight, knowing what I know now and the whole situation that we've run up against here, there's a direct response from me that I should have put all of that in, even previous to signing the offer, and I should have done all of that prior to even looking at the offer from the government. So that one's on me, but at the end of the day, all of the information did get to where it needed to go.
I'm going to push you a little bit on this. When we hear the term a blind trust, I mean, it's tough to see how a blind trust would work when you were the founder and majority shareholder of a corporation named Dalian, which you can't all of a sudden forget you own, whether it's visible in a blind trust or not. But you also use the term divesting your interests in it. So I'm not entirely clear which one you were trying to do. Were you trying to put your corporation to blind trust, which again I'm not sure how arm's length that could be, or were you divesting yourself of your corporation at that time? We know now you're back in full swing with the company, but what was actually your intent at the time? Was it to have it in an arm's length, untouchable entity of a blind trust, or were you divesting? Were you selling off your shares? Were you divesting yourself of your corporation at the time? It's not clear what you were doing while you were active as a member of the Public Service of Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Nader. That is your time. I will certainly allow for a reply. Yes, Mr. Yeo.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, absolutely. It was not a divestiture, but a blind trust, and I did, acquire a trustee that I trusted to hold my shares, and that's the course of action that we took. So if I mentioned divestiture, that's not the case.
Thank you. That is the time. Turning out to Ms. Shanahan, you have the floor for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. And Mr. Yeo, I think you've managed to do something that that actually should happen here at Public Accounts, which is to have all members equally questioning what it is that we're hearing and wanting to get to the truth of the matter for the sake of
when the Liberals are just as incredulous as the Conservatives and the other opposition parties, like, who would have thought it would have been stupidity that united a committee? Just something else. Women hauling oversize with a $7 super chat. He is arrogant and conniving. Thought these four guys figured out how to pilfer money, and now they've been caught. I disagree with you, women hauling oversize. That's not a thought. That's a fact. So that's the only change that I would make. That's the only disagreement. It is not a thought. It is a fact. And, this guy had a hand in influencing the policy of how Indigenous companies are considered. And guess what? He would have also had a hand in the policy of how they are audited. So he gets to decide the rules by which his company is accepted and the rules by which his company actually is managed and held to account. It's gross.
He engineered his own future.
Yeah.
He engineered the entire circumstances, then built a company around it.
And here's the other thing. So it was very important for him to say, oh, it would have been in a blind trust. Why? Because he still would have been owner of the company. If he was no longer owner of the company, the Indigenous aspect of the company would disappear. And then the company would not be favored in Indigenous contracts. So he would still be the registered owner, and the registered owner being Indigenous, even though he was, in a blind, had his shares in a blind trust. Darn. So somebody else is managing your money, coming into that company while you're working for the public service. Congratulations.
The signature thing is the
that's the smoking gun
heel here. He's done. Like he's in breach in all ways. Like there's no eking out of this. Like it's plainly obvious to everybody that's watching this. Everybody in that committee room knows this guy's full of it. And if he doesn't realize at this point that he has sunk himself with that particular aspect, that the signature thing is just damning.
But he's double talking. He says, well, there was no conflict of interest. I know that in my heart, but yeah, I probably shouldn't have done the signature thing, and I'm wearing that now. So, well, then what is it? You can't have one without the other. So, anyway, we'll continue to move on. And this is where I think we're going to get equally good questions from the Liberals, because they're just as incredulous as all of us. Jim Devlin with a $10 super chat. Get well soon, Fox. I'm glad I found Northern Perspective. Well, we're glad that you found us as well. Thank you very much, Jim. And I'll pass that along to Fox. She's sleeping right now, so when she gets up, I'm sure she's going to be very... She's going to have a good day reading all the chats in favor of her. So thank you very much, everybody. It means a lot.
Yeah. She's got to go through the whole thing to make sure I didn't screw anything up for her.
That's true.
She'll read all your comments.
That's true. And she has to go through the whole thing to make sure I didn't screw up anything either. So...
frankly, for the public trust. And that's where I, for one, find your story has a number of holes in it, although it does come together in one way. You mentioned early on that you met a gentleman, Terry Matthews. Who was that?
He's a business owner in Canada and a billionaire, actually.
Okay, so someone who knows how to make money, because you mentioned that you're not really in it for the money, but you met with someone who knows how to make money. And he said you should get in on, how did you put it? Indigenous angle
that he became, indigenous procurement that he became aware of. Yeah.
That he became aware of. So he put you on to something, and indeed, that's what business people do. Now, you were not in business at the time, as you said. You had no experience with technical work, coding. What was your background? You were a reservist with the armed forces.
Well, I mean, if you predate my experience, I went through for computer science, and I've been involved with computers my whole life. But certainly, the aspect of my military career and my reserve career, and then eventually getting back into my high-tech world after all of that experience was the direction that I took.
So was your intention then to start up a technical services company where you yourself, as an Indigenous person, as you have identified yourself to us, would then be providing services to the government, who was at the time, and this has covered, of course, a number of governments trying to promote Indigenous businesses?
Yeah, in actual fact, the company started out as a hardware and software company. We didn't really get into professional services until 2007, 2008. So our initial, or my
was it your
initial thrust
intention then, when you did get into professional services, to hire Indigenous employees?
Absolutely.
Can you say that you have used your access to Indigenous contracts to hire Indigenous employees?
Absolutely, and we did have Indigenous employees in the shop. Yeah.
All right. Well, at least that. Now, going back to, but somehow it didn't work out. You had high points and low points. You weren't making money. At some point, you decided to get yourself hired again with DND. You entered into a contract of service. Referring to your contract, there were a number of paragraphs there, actually, that refer to the Code of Ethics for the public sector, and also to the Conflict of Interest Code. In one such paragraph, there's actually a form called the Confidential Report, Form DND 2839, which talks specifically about conflict of interest. This is in your contract that you yourself signed.
Oops. Oops. Ladies and gentlemen, Treasury Board Secretariat Policy. There you go. Oops. That's going to be a problem, Mr. Yo. Would that mean he's a yo-yo? The Excalibur. Go ahead.
I'm torn that this is coming from Shanahan.
Well, again, ArriveCan is getting to the point where they can't afford to be associated with all this garbage anymore, right? We started to see this in the last committee. They don't have a choice but to start kind of joining in with the Conservatives and the NDP, because if they keep fighting against it, it just makes them look that much worse politically. That's the only reason they're doing this. So, anyway, we have the Excalibur 45 with a 279 super chat. Good gig. Write your own rules and contracts. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Ravi says with a $5 super chat. I am waiting for Yo to come out and say, but I got a new hat. Yeah. Anyway, okay, off we go.
Do you recall this? form
Yes.
that you would have signed. So it
Yes.
does speak specifically to conflict of interest, which is not something that you
Correct.
have been forthcoming about here in earlier testimony. And you seem to be an equal opportunity conflict of interest, how shall we say, operator, because it goes on to talk about political activities, where federal public service employees have a right to engage in political activities while maintaining the principle of political impartiality in the public service, and that there's information to that regard. Is that something that you also recall signing?
It's definitely in the offer, but the political side of it was back in 21.
All right, and then going back to when you did decide to become a member of parliament, and I'd like to hear why you decided that, because at the time you were operating Dalian, and that you had contracts with DND, so that were involved in the ArriveCan. And as other colleagues have pointed out, hard to believe that you did not know that Dalian was working on ArriveCan. So why did you decide to become a member of parliament to run as a candidate?
So, in true
Glasses
form,
are off.
as my Indigenous heritage, side of it, my great-grandfather signed the treaties in 1923 in November.
My glasses are off now.
Just makes you wish you could skip forward to the relevant part.
Well, the problem is this is relevant. That's the problem. It's relevant in that it's further displaying this guy's need to self-aggrandize himself. And he seems to think that it gives him legitimacy and it augments the weight of his answers. And it does not. So...
This is classic narcissist behavior, if I understand correctly.
Yeah, and nobody's buying it. Nobody's paying attention to him. Again, nobody's paying attention to the costume. The fellow good with a $5 super chat. Oh my God, she needs JFK to teach her how to throw some ers and R's in there. And we have Wayne Noonan with a $2.79 super chat. Did he not get a backpack with the rest of them? And if he did he disclose it? Nidlick with a $2 super chat. ArriveCan is the Libs Hindenburg. Yeah, it's the ArriveCanburg at this point. That's for sure. All right, keep going.
In the spring of 2024, the Colonials came back through and enfranchised my whole entire family. They enfranchised hundreds of people, and they enfranchised
So you ran for the
thousands of people.
People's Party of Canada in recognition of your Indigenous ancestry. Is that correct?
I'm definitely getting to my why for sure, and that is that my entire family has been enfranchised, and I am caught up in the second-gen cutoff rule. This is a politically genocidal article out of Bill C-31 that still is in the Indian Act today, and my entire family is caught up in it, and hundreds of thousands of Canadians are caught up in it. So my why as to why I wanted to get back in as a member of Parliament was to actually create a private member's bill that would allow that part of the Act, the Indian Act, to be solved once and for all, which would not only help me, but help hundreds of thousands of Canadians.
Thank you. That is your time, Ms. Shanahan. Maintenant, c'est Madame Sinclair-Dingayen encore pour 2 minutes 30 secondes, s'il vous plaît.
Monsieur Yo.
Mr. Yo.
If I understand correctly, the reason why he is saying he ran for Parliament is because his bloodline has been split after 2 generations. The next generation would not be classified as an Indigenous. That's my understanding of what he is saying. So, okay, so what's the line? And that's the problem when you have any legislation like this. What's the line? Is it 4 generations, 10 generations, 12 generations? So, Rebbe says with a $5 super chat. No, he ran for office because he thought it was an easier way to scam Canadians out of tons of money. Yeah, and no doubt, his signature would still have been passed around at Dalian. So, Anyway.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ravasades. He did that. He was doing that for access, potentially.
Yep. And then it wouldn't be lobbying. It would be conversations. Anyway, back to Barnaby's forced new girlfriend.
You declared previously, and you've just done it again today, that you placed your company into a trust so that you would have it would be a blind trust. Did you inform your team and the people that support you of this process?
The team at Dalian were definitely aware that we were going through this process, yes.
Mais donc, comprennent-ils qu'apposer une signature...
Do they understand that placing a signature is the same as placing approval? So by placing your signature, it was your responsibility and you no longer had a right. If you were no longer supposed to be intervening in Dalian's business, you were not supposed to be signing. That's very basic. Who placed your signature there?
À votre place, sans que vous le...
Without you knowing about it?
It would have been, my staff that I directed. So this is definitely on me. I would have directed my staff. I did direct my staff to, while I was in this area of being able to work with the department and also, put everything into a blind trust, that I gave them the authority to go ahead and make sure, and I trusted them. So.
Tout à l'heure, vous avez dit que Dalian...
You just said that Dalian only had 2 employees, you and your partner. So who's the staff?
Yeah, so that's kind of where, there's a misinterpretation of that. We have 2 people on staff as far as our full-time employment is concerned, but we have a shared services model with Caratics that allows us to work with, CFO, HR, operations, etc.
Okay. Donc, c'est quelqu'un chez Caratics qui utilisait votre...
So someone from Caratics used your signature?
There you go, everybody. Right there. There's a reason we can only have 2 employees. Oh my goodness, I know why they fired the rest of them. Oh shit. Oh, this asshole. Oh, I'm so sorry for the language, but oh my goodness, I know why they fired them. Okay.
We're all waiting.
Indigenous procurement. You must have at least 33% of your employees as Indigenous, correct? Correct. So, let's say you're at 6 employees and you have 2 of them that are Indigenous, right? So that's fine. Barnaby, what would happen if that one Indigenous employee left?
Yeah. That would disqualify you.
And so what would you have to do in order to get back to that ratio?
Get rid of the people that are affecting the ratio, like a bell curve.
So you either
for every one native person you lose, you've got to get rid of 2 non-native people.
Correct. So wow. Wow, that's why they downsized. So they just fired these other people. Sorry. We've tried to find another Indigenous person to join the company, but nobody will come, so we got to fire the rest of you, so we're still eligible. Wow, wow, wow. Wow.
Sounds like some former employees need to file a class action lawsuit for discrimination.
I would say so. I would say so.
Anybody knows these people? My suggestion.
Blaze,
not legal advice, by the way. Just a suggestion.
Blaze Lionheart, language cipher. Fox won't be happy. I think she'll let this one slide. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay. Anyway, but yeah, he also revealed that, yeah, all the work is done by Caratics because it's shared services model because we need them to do it so we can maintain our Indigenous status based on the rules that I helped design. Jeez. Okay. Let's get to some super chats. My mind is just so broken right now. The Jillian Davis with a $2 super chat. I'm native equals get out of jail free card, right? Right. When it comes to this, 100%. Delta Stringer with a $20 super chat. This yo-yo is total charlatan. Another reason why DEI is destroying everything good meritocracy has established, was established in our public service. Hopefully the Conservatives scrap programs that give unqualified people an advantage. I completely agree. It should be based on merit. Don't care who you are. Don't care what you are. Like, literally, don't care. If you can do the job and you do the job well and you're the best candidate, I will hire you. I don't care. 5W with a $2 super chat. The entire team knew. All him of them. And the funny thing is like he says it like he's implying that they're stupid. Like, well, there seems to be a misunderstanding here. Well, yeah, because you're presenting you and your staff. You haven't mentioned Karadix this whole time.
Repeatedly, he continually mentions staff, people, teams,
my CFO,
boards.
Yeah, the board.
CFO, like they're this giant, sprawling organization. It's like 2 people.
And even Karadix. Karadix is like 45 people. Rabbit says with a $5 super chat, or you could just go to the graveyard and dig up his dad. Oh my goodness!
I read that earlier. I was like, oh man, Rabbit Sadie's.
But just sit him up and put him in the board. Nilik with a $2 super chat. Spaceballs. How many assholes we got in this ship anyway? Yo! Oh my goodness, I got it. Yo. Oh, that was a good one, Nilik. Like the actual super chat wasn't even in the super chat. Well played. All right, off we go.
Sure, without your consent, whereas you had requested to be in a blind trust. Who placed the signature in your stead without your consent?
No, it was one of my members of staff that I gave the authority to use my signature.
D'accord, mais vous venez de répondre que c'est quelqu'un.
But you've just said it was someone from Coradix. If your company, if Dalian is you and your partner, was it your partner who then placed your signature without your consent? Why didn't he sign if he's also an owner?
So he's not an owner. He is a member of my staff, and I gave him the authority to use my signature while I was at D&D.
Donc vous êtes l'unique propriétaire de Dalian.
So you're the sole owner of Dalian, nobody else? Have I understood you correctly? There is no partner?
Well, I have Karadix as a partner, yes, as a minority shareholder.
Aha.
D'accord. Mais c'est...
Very well. Could you give me the name of the individual who placed your signature and who therefore did not inform you that he was signing contracts in your stead?
So I gave them the authority to use my...
D'accord, c'est qui?
Collinwood?
C'est qui?
So...
Je demande un...
Say it.
I'm asking you for a name. Who?
Say it. Collinwood?
Yeah, so a member of my staff gave that I gave my authority to, and his name is Kyle Dixon.
Oh, Kyle Dixon.
I'm at a point right now where you have to understand that I am trying to help you guys get where you need to go and give you the answers that you need. If you want people's names in my staff, I'll give you all of the names in my staff.
Et voilà. Merci
Yeah, all
beaucoup.
2 of them.
Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Desjardins.
Please.
Sorry, I just have to read this one super chat by 420 hitter with $2. I guess that's what the hell is going on. Full Wookiee member for 4 months with a member comment. Yo should have worn his headdress to complete his pretend valor ensemble. He's criminally underdressed right now. Yeah, indeed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. At the very beginning, Mr. Yo, you mentioned, quote, you were hired on September 29th, 2023. So why did Corporations Canada have you listed as a director until March 2024?
So it was 19 September. So the 19th of September 2023 is when I started with my employment with the public service. And as far as Contracts Canada getting their updates, like I said, my lawyers were putting all of the documents and everything together and staffing that through for me, and that's the date that they have on record.
So when did you first become interested in working in the public service?
When did I first become interested?
After your incorporation of your company, sorry.
After the incorporation. So I've really been, working with the department for 36 years. It was just recently that I decided, because I've got, 5, 6 years, maybe 7 years left of working, that I would actually look to go back and provide more value to the department by driving some of their large projects. So
in that time, did you disclose a potential conflict of interest?
So as a contractor, I've been working with the department for 22 years. So, having the discussions about me moving over to the public service, has been very recent, because I just signed on the 19th of September. So, I'm not sure.
So from September to March, the time between those 2 dates, the time you left Dalian, the time you were a public servant, at any moment in there, did you declare a potential conflict of interest?
To the department?
To the department.
Or to the department. So we were in the process of doing that over the fall and into January, and getting all the documents and paperwork together to put everything into a blind trust and that sort of stuff. And it's on me, because we probably should have done that way before the 19th of September, and we didn't.
So you're aware that there is a conflict, which is why you undertook that work.
But the D&D has come back out and said there was no conflict because of I don't know why the whole idea of the conflict is a little bit nebulous to begin with, because of my position in D&D.
Nebulous?
The documents I put together for Dalian to put in a no access and no visibility into what they were doing since the 19th.
So on that blind trust, who's the trustee?
Kyle Dixon.
And how do you know them?
He's a member of my staff, and he's been a stalwart worker of mine for a long time.
And at any point between your discussions of the declaration of conflict and this employee you have, was the conversation of the paperwork that never got done, at what point did he bring that up as a potential issue?
So the paperwork did get done. It just could have been at a more timely basis, like prior to me joining on the 19th. But if you could repeat your question, I'll answer it.
Do you know, I'll ask it in a different way if I can, Mr. Chair. Did you know there was a potential conflict before your trustee, or before your trustee made you aware of that, or did you ask your employee to be your trustee in your knowledge that there may be a potential conflict?
No, I didn't ask my employee about it. So I got to make sure I get that right.
So it's interesting because I'm not really having a lot of luck. Oh, there you are. There you are, Mr. Kyle Dixon.
That's what you were typing away doing.
What did you?
He's Googling away here, folks. Just hang in there. He's trying to get you something.
Yeah, that's interesting. So Kyle Dixon is an account executive. That's his title at Dalian. Dalian's estimated annual revenue is between 5 and 25 million. Dalian was founded in 2001, and there you go. Oh, before that, he was major client project at Comfort King Windows and Doors. And before that, he was a restoration technician at Per Contents. Cleaning and restoration. This guy's worked for you since 2018. And this is the guy you trusted with your company? Wouldn't be mine.
No. There must be a prior relationship outside of it. There must be.
Yeah.
Or a payoff involved. He's being hired under the table to hold this.
I don't know, because he started working at Dalian in 2018. It's very bizarre. Very, very strange. Anyway, sorry for that, everybody. Continuing. trying to get everybody the facts and some background on this stuff as we go, because as we know, sometimes it's difficult to follow all of this stuff. So anyhow, I was really focused there for a minute. Julian Davis, $2 super chat. How do you spell incestuous gross? Yeah, that's one way to spell it. 5W with a $2 super chat. I like the part where he's helping. Yeah. The fellow good with a $5 super chat. When did you become interested in becoming a public servant? I became interested when I realized I could become filthy effing rich. Craig Robertson with a $5 super chat. At the start, I thought Yo was being deliberately obtuse. It is abundantly clear he's not that smart. Stay awesome, Barnaby and Cypher. Feel better, Fox. Thank you so much for that.
So the whole idea of putting in the appropriate documentation and putting things into a blind trust happened over all the fall and into the early part of 2024.
But I'm trying to understand why you didn't make that clear before.
Sorry, clear in what way?
Like at the very start of today's discussion, one of my conservative colleagues made a question to you about a potential conflict here, and you flat out said there was no potential conflict. And now you're saying that you obviously knew of the potential conflict and filed paperwork to that degree.
No, we didn't expect a conflict to happen at all because of the level of position that I went in with D&D. It's a very low-level position.
This guy clearly doesn't understand what a conflict of interest is, and I don't think he's being obtuse. I think, to Craig Robertson's and some other people's point, I think he's just stupid. And
yeah, I have to agree. I mean, he's so invested in it through this whole thing, and more than anybody else, he's been really believable in his stupidity.
Darren Anthony was not believable in terms of him being dumb. He was being deliberately obtuse.
No.
So I agree. Because I don't believe that this guy's a good actor either. Look at the costume he's wearing.
No, anybody intelligent wouldn't have done any of what he's done tonight in terms of the presentation. This would have been very clean, very basic. This is so obviously staged. You have to be a little bit dumb to think that this was a good idea, to just load up the background with all of your accolades.
It's like a 12-year-old trying to show off their T-ball trophy case.
Yeah, but it makes you look ridiculous, which plays to your integrity. It plays to your integrity is the wrong word. It plays to your credibility. That's it.
Yeah. Oh, goodness. Women hauling oversized about 279 super chat. Search 23andMe. And you'll find David Yo. Okay. Anyway. Off we go.
And so there was no conflict awareness at all. We were just putting in the safeguards to make sure that if there ever was in the future, they'd be in place.
Is that your perspective?
Thank you very much. I'm afraid that is your time, Mr. Dizzy, but you'll get another round. Turning now to Mr. Barrett. Mr. Barrett, you have the floor for 5 minutes.
Do you have any companies or interests in companies outside of Canada?
No, sir.
No offshore holdings?
No.
Are any of your former colleagues at D&D double dipping?
I'm not sure I don't know if I know what that means, but
I'm
not aware of any double dipping going on.
It's what you do. It's working for the federal government as a public servant, but also as a contractor concurrently.
Well, I would assume that there are lots of people in the public service that have companies outside of the public service, yes.
That do work for the government of Canada. You think that that's quite common?
I think it's fairly common, yes.
And what do you base that on? Just your personal experience or conversations with other public servants?
I would say that it's just my own perception. I've been around the department forever, and everybody has their day-to-day work, and maybe they have a little side gig at night doing something else.
For the same department that they work for?
Oh, probably not. No, if you're talking about that, yeah, no.
You talked about how you took this job to drive projects. What did you say your position was within the public service?
So I am a tactical security specialist that's certified in high assurance capabilities that go into the Canadian Army at the very pointy end of the stick in combat vehicles, on soldiers. I'm a soldier myself.
Not the technology, sir. I'm asking about what level you were at in the public service.
Oh, sorry, an IT3.
Okay, so were you leading change as an IT3? Is that pretty common for IT3s to be leading departmental and organizational change?
Well, I certainly wouldn't put it up that high. As a team lead, that is the correct statement, is a team lead as an IT3, and you're in charge of a number of projects, and in this case, from my side, it was a high assurance security project.
So you've said that the Auditor General's figure that she attributed to your companies is incorrect. That's fair?
This is what I've been read into, and my staff tells me, yeah.
What you've been read? Did you read the Auditor General's report?
Absolutely.
Okay.
All of it. So I've got lots of comments.
Well, that's great. So by read into, you mean you read it?
Yep.
Okay.
100%.
So you read it and determined that the Auditor General, who is by definition a general with an army of auditors, that.
Any bets that his staff read it and made notes for him? Any bets? Because why would he say, from what I read into and what my staff tell me? Like, just saying. I made notes. Look, teacher, I did my homework. Rob Mercedes with a $5 super chat. Tactical security specialist, question mark, with the IQ of an avocado. Talk about not fit for purpose, right? And that's the thing. He may have been a diversity hire because Indigenous. So that may have checked off a box. Daniel with a 279 super chat. He's a very conflicted individual. Yet not. Depending on the day. Murray Perrin with a $2 super chat. Canadians are being screwed left, right, and center. Yeah, with people like this. Dana Wick with a $5 super chat. He was a member of the Royal Canadian Regiment. That explains all. No offense to the regiment. Shots fired there. Peter G with a $5 super chat. I wonder if there's going to be a book/movie adaptation of this years later. Fellow Good with a $2 super chat. A government worker being stupid. Don't pull my leg. And we have 5W with a $5 super chat. It's a highly technical stick sharpening operation. And we clearly need guys like this being the ones sharpening the sticks.
Should be easy for you to understand based on your experience that the whole army of auditors was wrong and this one-man army was right. But you've offered a series of assertions in your committee appearances that aren't true. And those have been highlighted by members of other parties and my colleagues. Even just today, you said that you're a member of the Conservative Party, and that's not true. You haven't been a member of the Conservative Party since 2021, and so that's okay. That's
okay.
That's
okay.
fine.
Order.
That's fine.
Order.
That's
Order.
fine.
Order.
We know how to.
Just 1 second.
We know how to.
Just 1 second. I'm going to stop the clock. That is a prop and it's not allowed. Second, that is a donor card and it's not a membership card. We all get them to try to get money.
Oh, snap. Oh my God, the chair just chastised the witness. Oh my goodness, that's so funny. Congratulations, that's a donor card. That's not a membership card. Dude doesn't even know what a membership card is for.
Wow.
$10 says he's a quote-unquote member of the Conservative Party to get sympathy and support from the Conservative Party. Any bets? Because he saw how this went for everybody else. Thought it would. He thought it would make them go easier on him. Oh
I was
my!
gonna even suggest that he might have done it specifically to give the Liberals strategic options, but after watching all of this, I got to conclude that he's not that smart. He's just not capable of making that connection.
No.
Yeah.
Like, and I think he probably thinks, well, I donated to the Conservative Party, so therefore that means I'm a member. Which, that's not what that means, everybody.
Yeah, no, they just send you a little donor card.
Yeah, they're like, thank you very much. You actually have to buy a membership, and then they send you your membership card.
Yeah.
Jeez. 420 hitter with $2 super chat. Classic failing up. Yeah, Chon with a 279 super chat. Your first on live stream. Thank you very much for that. And make sure I'm not missing anybody. We have G. Thomas with a $7 super chat. Dunning-Kruger effect. The Dunning-Kruger effect is a type of cognitive bias in which people believe they are smarter and more capable than they are. And that's your first super on live stream. Thank you very much. Yeah, we've actually talked about that on the show. That comes up a lot when we're talking about government officials. Dunning-Kruger effect is rampant throughout this government. Okay, that was awesome, John Williamson, just landing down the hammer. A, that's a prop, and B, that's not even the right prop.
Mr. Barrett, you have a minute and a half.
Okay. So it's a donor card. So okay. What you're offering is, again, not an honest representation of what you're doing. And I know you thought it was going to be a great gotcha moment, but it demonstrated that you're not being truthful, sir. And so when it comes down to you not knowing the difference between being a member of a party and whether or not you've made a donation to a party, should we really trust your assessment on whether or not the Auditor General of Canada is wrong in the amount of business that you have done with the government of Canada?
You know, if we didn't know that there's, you know, some more testimony after this, the stream could end right there. Like, that's the mic drop. That would literally be the end of the episode. That might end up being a short. We'll see.
I take your pick. There's going to be a few from this one, I think.
Oh, for sure. Like, it is crazy. And you really think that Barrett and the Conservatives didn't look him up on the registry? Like, you really think that? These guys do their homework, man. But again, I think Barrett's giving him too much credit. I think he actually thought all he has to do is donate to a party, and that makes him a member. Like, that's probably what he believes. Anyway, Sean with a 279 super chat. I wouldn't let him sharpen a pencil. Yeah, I agree. The Excalibur 45 with a 279 super chat. I'll take how to prove I'm an idiot for 5 million, Alex. Yeah. What is and the answer is or the question is, what is a donorship card? Anyway, off we go.
I'm inclined to trust the Auditor General, just like I know that I can trust membership services, that they knew that whatever it was that you were going to hold up wasn't going to be what you said it was.
Bingo.
So, while your misrepresentations vary, that's just another great example that we can't trust what you've said to be true, and it gives rise to more questions than it does answers. I'll cede my time back.
Holy geez, just scathing.
Turning now to Mr. Jauhari, you have the, well, thank you for joining us today, Mr. Jauhari. You have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
So this comes back to a point that we've made before, right? If you're willing to lie about the small things, and even if you're not lying, if you get the small things wrong, the insignificant things, how can you be trusted that you're getting the big things right? Right? That's the whole point here. And it like that. Let's say he had credibility up to that point, which he didn't, but let's just say he had. That would have shattered it like a house of cards. You can't believe anything the guy says at that point. Nothing.
No, well, this is what I was talking about before with pathological liars, like people that fib and exaggerate constantly about themselves. Like, it just makes anything that they tell you suspect.
And to Curly Dak, he was a member up to 2021 Slifer. He knows what a membership card is. Barrett said that. Did he? He could be that dumb. Like I don't know. He's either really, really dumb, or he's a terrible liar, or both. And maybe it's both. Revu says with a $5 super chat, I wonder if we could get him a preemptive organ donor card. Cash it in early? Yeah.
Rabasades, you have just been a savage tonight with the comments, man.
Yeah. Off we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's good to be here once again. And Mr. Yo, I'd like to go back to the ArriveCan. Can you kindly tell me how did the contract for ArriveCan came to Dalian?
My understanding, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the question. My understanding is that we never had an ArriveCan contract, but this was all through staff augmentation contracts that were competitively awarded to Dalian on behalf of CBSA. So okay. My understanding is that it was staff aug contracts, yeah.
Okay, so the staff augmentation contract that was awarded to Dalian on CBSA, how did that come about?
So again, I'm buried 2 gates deep at D&D, and I don't have the exact aspects of how that actually transpired, but I could ask our staff. And
I would appreciate it if you could provide that to the committee. Sure. Sir, you've indicated that the amount of the contract was $4.9 million. The amount of staff augmentation was $4.9 million over 2 years for 20 employees at 100 hours, and you call that a part-time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if my math holds, and at 1.6 divided by 20 divided by 100, you are charging about $815 an hour, whereas GC strategy for ArriveCan was charging in the 1,200 plus. Can you explain why? Because if you are, can you tell me what is it that your team and that 20-man team was, 20-person team was doing for CBSA?
Sure. So I'm not sure exactly of their specific tasks because of the fact that this goes into staff augmentation, whether it's the people that went into it was software development, testers, project management, technology architecture, cybersecurity. So once they get over to the CBSA through the staff augmentation contract, it's really up to the technical authority to drive whatever business needs that are happening on that side. But to get to your question about 20 people on the contract, my understanding and what my staff has provided me is that the bill rates ranged from $540 to $1,000 per day, depending on the service.
So this is what makes this disgusting, everybody, because literally, so what this guy's relationship was, Dalian was partly owned by Curatics. And my guess is Curatics was partially owned by Dalian. And this guy did no work. Absolutely none. All he did was exist and go off and make more money, being a contractor, being paid directly by Department of Defense, because that's what he wants to do. That's where his boys are. That's where his homies are. Because all he has to do is exist. And no doubt, all of the shared employees that would help out Dalian, that were in the same building, they would do all the work to get to, prepare all the requests for proposals and all of this stuff, all of the responses for those, win the contracts under the guise of the Indigenous moniker, and then those would be directly contracted to Curatics. And that's what we actually found, by the way, when Vesper and us, we were going through all of these contracts that were on the government website. We didn't find any, maybe just the one, but just about all of them were handed to Curatics Dalian. So what that means is Dalian, their job was to win the contracts and then pass them off to Curatics. It's disgusting how this business model abused the government procurement process and thereby abused taxpayer dollars. And because this guy, guaranteed, this guy, through the shares that Dalian owns in Craddox, I would bet that is the case. Every time he subcontracts over to, like, think about this process. Dalian wins the contract, subcontracts it over to Craddox, so they take a percentage off the top. Yo makes money. Craddox then subcontracts that out to somebody else because Dalian owns shares in Craddox. Yo makes money for doing nothing. Like, literally, his role is to be Indigenous. That's his role in this company. And this is the type of guy that really ticks me off when there's actual hard-working Indigenous people with actual Indigenous companies that are actually trying to make it in Canada and elevate the Indigenous people in their community above it. And then you have this guy. This guy should be, like, shamed from coast to coast by every Indigenous community because he is literally just taking advantage of his bloodline to do nothing and enrich himself and those around him that are not Indigenous in the least.
Yeah, he's not even helping other people who are Indigenous.
No, he doesn't give a shit.
This whole thing, it's the stupidest thing ever.
Doesn't care. So, like... Anyway, let's continue.
At least if he was hiring other companies that were Indigenous, he might have some kind of leg to stand on. Just a quick note: we missed a super chat from RX.
Yeah, I'm finding that right now, so I got that now.
I got it it's in the meta chat.
Okay. It's probably this one. $5. Thank you very much, RX. Sorry for missing that. This reminds me of how people get promoted in government and bloated corporations. They were gotten rid of from one section and promoted into another. 100%, because they never let anyone go. They just move them around. Spiky Mikey 33 with a $2 super chat. Does this dono make me a member of Northern Perspective? No. Unfortunately not. Hunsford with a $5 super chat. This guy reminds me of Ralph Wiggum when he says, "I bent my Wookiee," or "I'm in danger." Spiky Mikey 33, member comment. You guys are awesome. Fortunately, I know what it is you do. Fortunately, I know what it is you do and appreciate. I assume you mean by YouTubers. And Brenda Weeb with a $2.79 super chat. Could it be all these guys are just patsies? Time will tell.
I think Spiky Mike meant it like the meme for Janice. Like, you guys are awesome. Fortunately, I know what you do.
Oh, I see. I do know what you do here.
What would you say you do here?
The Jillian Davis with a $2 super chat. Like Obama, I give this man a Peace Prize. Oh, crap.
Okay, which is pretty much aligned with what Auditor General was talking about as was rate, but that's very different than the rate that GC Strategy was charging. Were you dealing directly with CBSA? Sorry, was Dalian dealing directly with CBSA? Was through another organization or?
Yep, my understanding is that Dalian was the prime contractor for these contracts. So yes, we were dealing directly with CBSA. Yep.
Okay. Can you tell me, of the 20 employees that worked on that project, how many of them were Indigenous?
There are 20 IT professional consultants, not employees, but I would have to check with our staff to see if any of them are actually Indigenous.
Okay. Can you tell me, of the projects that you have worked with the
There you
government
go.
of Canada, how many of them have been, whether as a subcontractor, whether as your employee, how many of them have been Indigenous?
There you go.
I know there's a number. I know there's a number out there.
Would you know 5? Would 10, 20, 50?
This is the challenge we have with Indigenous, our Indigenous culture, right? Is that we don't have enough trained technical people coming out of the Indigenous side of things. So
How much
I don't know the
investment
exact
has
number.
your company made into training Indigenous people?
So from a training perspective, I would say that we have had experiences with Algonquin College in the past where I've given out an Aboriginal Achievement Award to technical people that have...
Oh my God. Are you kidding me? I got nothing. What do you say to that? How much have you invested in training Indigenous people? Well, we gave out a trophy.
You gotta give credit to the member though for asking the question. Like, he's a guy I normally don't even care to listen to, but he's on this guy.
They all are. All of them are. Like, Jordan, I see that you say you missed it. So the question to him, so the whole line of questioning that the Liberals are throwing at him right now is basically around the whole point of you're winning these contracts based on the fact that you're Indigenous. All you've done is you showed up. And you're getting these contracts. What are you doing to help other Indigenous people? Which is the whole point of the program. And he's saying, well, there's not enough Indigenous people. Basically saying, virtually none of the people that we've hired are actually Indigenous. And then the question turned to, well, how many Indigenous people have you trained if you're saying that there's not enough? Well, in the past, I've handed out a trophy at Algonquin College. The hell is wrong with you? Like, can you crap on your own culture anymore?
Honestly, it would have been better if he just said none and carried on.
100%. 100%. This is crazy.
Oh, come on!
I got you, Nilik. It's your meme, so there you go. With your $2 super chat. Thank you. Revu saves with a $5 super chat. And you get a trophy. And you get a trophy. Everybody gets a trophy. Thanks, Oprah. Jillian Davis, $2 super chat. ArriveCan is like a train wreck. Can't look away. Yeah, like, you can't make this stuff up, folks. You really, really can't. Oh, my goodness. And everyone committee is probably just like, what is going on? Let's continue the car crash. It's a car crash in slow motion. I have to keep watching.
Asked the bar at Algonquin and have brought them in for a 12-week placement at the company. And then they've either stayed or they
Would it
moved
be
along.
fair to say that because of your claim of Indigenous status, you're very comfortable taking under the procurement allocation or under set-aside contract, yet your investment, the company of Dalian, into either hiring or training and building capacity within that Indigenous group is non-existent?
See, the PSIB and the PSAB at the time is not in it's not in the spirit of actually that aspect. It's in the spirit of trying to get access to government contracts and being able to compete against bigger companies. So absolutely, we've done what we've done in the past with Algonquin and tried to hire Indigenous people, which we have, internal staff and also contractors. But I just don't have the current number of.
Then you lost them. Then you had to fire your people.
Can you kindly provide that? And thank you, Mr. Chair.
We can, for sure. Absolutely.
Thank you. I just wanted to appreciate that, Mr. Howard. Good. We'll look for that response as well, Mr. Yao. Beginning now our fourth and last round, Mr. Brock, you have the floor for 5 minutes.
Oh, no.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to pursue this line of misrepresentations, Mr. Yeo. I know Mr. Barrett asked you some questions and other members have asked you questions, which, in my opinion, really challenge your credibility. Now, both you and the owner of Corodex, Mr. Wood, testified on October 31st, 2023, and both of you were quite emphatic that you are both businesses are regularly audited by Indigenous Services Canada with respect to the procurement strategy for Indigenous businesses. and you both have been receiving clean audits. But that was a misrepresentation. It was a lie, because Indigenous Services Canada said all they do with respect to the set-asides that both your companies operate under from time to time is they do pre-audits. They don't do post-audits. Do you agree with that assessment from Indigenous Services Canada?
Yes, know what it is.
I would absolutely agree with that. Yes,
right.
For sure.
But you didn't qualify that to the membership. You didn't qualify that to committee.
Well, it's your policy. I mean, like, I understand that we go through audits, but I think that's a normal course of action for ISC.
That's not an audit.
Entirety,
well, I think it's a pretty big deal, sir, when you lead the committee to believe that you're running a clean business, that your Indigenous set-asides are legitimate. They're not operating under a phantom scheme. I know you've been heavily criticized by a number of Indigenous organizations that you're running this. In fact, Bottler even made the same allegation. So these are real concerns. And I think you have to be honest with committee members, sir, because although you haven't been sworn to tell the truth, there is a presumption that you will tell the truth at committee. And there are consequences when people do not tell the truth at committee. So we're going to find out ultimately by the end of this summer through Indigenous Services Canada, who's going to audit everything that you have done, as well as Corodex, hopefully for the last 8 years, if not longer, with respect to all the Indigenous set-asides.
Oops.
Because I think Canadians deserve to know whether or not Indigenous Canadians have benefited from this particular government operation. And if they haven't, then, sir, you'll have some questions to answer. So I put that out to you, sir. Now, the other aspect that concerns me is your relationship with the GC Strategies. Is it accurate, sir, that the one and only time that you worked with GC Strategies was on the Bottler task authorization?
That's going to be an interesting one, considering he refers to them as GC. And you think he's now going to use these tax haven accounts all of a sudden?
I don't know. Brock's just dropped his line in the water right here, and it's really obvious to anyone who's half intelligent that this is bait.
Oh, it is bait. Because again, these guys, especially a Crown prosecutor, never asks questions, or I shouldn't say never, almost never asks questions to a witness they are questioning without knowing the answer prior to asking the question. And depending on the answer, they know which way they're going to go every time. And I'm sure Diane Sylvain, a former Crown prosecutor, would agree with that. Rabu Says with a $5 super chat. So, a internship. They didn't even pay the Indigenous people they onboarded. Did I hear that right? That's what I heard. That's what I heard. And so they just basically use that as, oh, look what we did. Again, aggrandizing. Diane Sylvain with a $20 super chat, sending in from Drew Johns, member for 2 months, closest to Thai General Service Medal. Next piece. Oh, okay. So he's describing the medals that he's wearing. So General Service Medal, Peacekeepers Medal, then UN Cyprus Medal, and last Canadian Forces Medal. Thank you at Johannes Johnston for helping me identify them. Yes, thank you, everybody. So next time we see Mr. Yo, you'll know what his medals mean. Did he earn all of them? Who knows? Trish Pearl with a $5 super chat. I love the come on meme. I have a Facebook acquaintance who was in that movie. Play it again, Cypher.
Oh, come on!
I'm gonna be super curious about who your acquaintance is in the movie. I love that movie too.
It's not going to be Jim Carrey. But who knows? Jim Carrey is Canadian. So, all right, let's hear the answer.
That I would have to ask our staff. I'm not exactly sure if there was anything else in relation to working with GC Strategies. So
Okay.
I'd have to ask our staff about that.
Well, let's talk about Bottler for a moment, please. You do know that Christian Firth testified from GC Strategies, that not on one occasion, but upwards to 5 occasions, he deliberately and intentionally doctored work experience for both of the bottler partners. And he claimed it was a mistake. But given my former background as a Crown attorney, all accused persons, all criminals claim they made mistakes. What in fact Mr. Firth did was commit forgery, and it was a fraud on the government. And what concerns me, sir, is that the Globe recently reported that both you, your company Dalian and Coridex, received those doctored resumes, those fraudulent, forged resumes, and you in fact forwarded that on to the government. That was recent news to me and perhaps this committee, because we were all led to believe that it was Christian Firth at GC who delivered that directly to the government. So it really begs the question, sir, if you've only had a limited amount of time with GC Strategies, why would you accept their material at face value? Because now you're implicated as a joint venture, as a party to the offense
100%.
of fraud and forgery. It's no wonder that the RCMP are currently investigating your company and that of Coridex, and notwithstanding that you haven't been contacted, certainly does not make yourself in the clear. So you talked about quality management systems in place. Why didn't the quality management system catch these fraudulent resumes?
Here's the problem. When you are a prime contractor, you take on ownership of what is produced through said contract. And if you get these resumes and then you forward them on, you are effectively adding your endorsement to them. So you are a party to a criminal act. This is the problem when you have these idiots that are in charge of companies and they have no idea how business or corporate accountability actually works. So, there you go. Richard Hepner with a $2 super chat. The mistake was getting caught. Ain't that the truth? Patrol with a $2 super chat. Eric Pierpoint, who was also in Alien Nation. Oh, there you go. Very neat.
Thanks, Trish.
Have to look him up on IMDb after. Construction LA with a $2.79 super chat. This token is unbelievable, right? Good play on words there. Okay, let's hear it.
Yeah, for sure. So it's a good question. So, first and foremost, we're as dismayed as the rest of the committee on the findings from GC Strategies. We were definitely not aware of what was going on, below our subcontractor. The contract between us and GC Strategies is exactly that. We have no reference to Bottler in this case, and what information is being provided, by GC Strategies to us. There are aspects that, and I will be honest with you, there's aspects of third-party verification on employment and that sort of thing, but it's not an industry standard. It's not an industry standard that everybody does in the entire, professional services market. So, what we've learned from this is that even though we do our due diligence on security clearances and putting the CVs together and the categories and the grids and staffing that up to CBSA, what we have learned is that we likely need to put a third-party, verification of employment in place that would allow us to smoke this kind of stuff out, and we just weren't aware of it.
Thank you. That is the time. Turning out to
Thank you,
Mr.
Chair.
Chen, you have the floor. Mr. Chen for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Yo.
Ridiculous
You've
answer.
had a long career. You joined the Canadian Armed Forces in 1987. You became a reservist in 2001 until 2016. You were hired, as we've heard today, by National Defense in 2023. Earlier today in your testimony, you said that it was fairly common, quote unquote, that many government employees have a company on the side. You said that that was your own perception. Could you elaborate what informed your perception that many government employees run side hustle businesses on the side?
Well, I can tell you this, that you know, Canada and our taxation system and, you know, everything being so expensive with inflation and everything else, whether you're a government employee or whether you're someone else not working with the government, there's likely a chance that you might have something else on the side to help, you know, pay the bills and put groceries on your table. So, you know, my perception is I'm an entrepreneur. I try and start things.
I'm asking you to play the "Oh come on" meme.
Oh, come on!
Like, he's making reference to inflation and the pandemic. This has been going on way longer than any of that. He's blaming like very recent events for the idea that it might be motivation for employees to have these companies on the side. Honestly, if somebody on the committee doesn't ask him to start naming people, like, that's my next go-to. Okay, great. Tell us some of these people you know that have these companies.
Yeah.
Let's look at them too.
And then they'll all be suspended for non-disclosure.
Yeah.
Like, and he's almost trying to say, oh well, I'm like everybody else, you know. Expenses are like, shut up. You've received millions of dollars. Like, just don't, you deplorable man.
All the time, and I'm looking for, you know, multiple sources of income, and I'm sure that, you know, many Canadians are in the same boat, whether they're working for the government or not.
With all due respect, sir, that was not my question. You said earlier that your own perception, is that many government employees have corporations on the side. My question to you is, what informed your perception that other, not yourself, but other government employees, and in fact many of them, as you stated, have corporations on the side?
I'm not, you know, again, this is my own perception, and you know, whether they have corporations or whether they have, you know, things after hours, it's their own business. But you know, I can tell you that from my perspective, I'm out doing what I need to do for the government during the day, but then I'm an entrepreneur at night and trying to do other things. So I can't imagine others aren't similar.
Wow. You talked earlier about how you got into securing government contracts. In fact, you said you go after them. And I want to hear from you, Mr. Yeo, how easy has it been, or difficult has it been, for you to secure government contracts? Would you consider yourself successful in being able to secure government contracts for work through your company?
Dalian has really been in my opinion anyways, Dalian has been a very good success story. Up until recently, with all of this hype about me being an employee prior to the ArriveCan days and during ArriveCan. But yeah, you know, understanding how, and this is what PSAB actually does for us, is that it allows us to be able to be a part of the solution with the government as far as Indigenous companies are concerned, and learn about how to interact with the government through contracting, through procurement, through staffing, and all of the other aspects that go along with that. So absolutely. Yep.
You understand, as an employee or former employee of National Defense, and as somebody who has many interactions with, has had many interactions with government over the years, that public servants play a fundamental role in serving this country, that their conduct is carefully watched, and that it's important to uphold public trust, because Canadians put their faith in the government to deliver programs and services, and that includes the people that are hired within that public service to act in the most transparent, accountable, and ethical ways. Would you say that it can be seen as a perceived conflict of interest when you have been able to be so successful, yet I hear a very different narrative on the ground from people who are everyday Canadians unable to access government contracts, companies that are doing good work, innovative work, that have told me that they're unable to even crack the door open? Do you find that there is a perception that that there is something that is allowing you to have access that other people cannot. And the fact that you have said today that it's common for people in working in the public service to have corporations as you have, that the narrative that I hear from everyday people in my riding is that they can barely get home in time, going through traffic, working 10 hours a day to then be able to prepare a meal for their family, that the last thing on their mind is to set up a corporation and have a side hustle where they can make more money and be able to afford the things that they need to.
Do you think the IT guys that are controlling the labels that are coming up on the screen, do you think they're conservative leaning? Because I just find it very interesting that he just went through that story and then all of a sudden it just comes out and says liberal.
I don't think I could give back much credit.
Because it's like, dude, it's your fault.
It seems like a funny coinky dink, but
I know I'm just being facetious here, but it's just funny how coincidental that was. But the other reason I want to stop this is Canadian Commando with a $5 super chat. The Canadian Armed Forces is made up of a cross-section of the Canadian populace, so we get all types. I beg of you not to judge all soldiers by this ultramaroon. 100% Canadian Commando. I do know some other people that have served and are in the service, and I completely endorse what you're saying. There are a lot of really good people in our armed forces and are veterans of the armed forces, and in my opinion, those are the good people that really deserve the respect. We don't talk about them enough in Canada. That's where I think in the United States they talk about them a lot more than we do up here. We need to recognize them more because they've chosen to potentially commit the ultimate sacrifice for this country, and it's something that it's not in our faces every day and we don't think about, and it has to be acknowledged. And that's why I always tell everybody, thank you for your service, no matter who they are. Even though this guy is a deplorable human being, I still thank him for his service. I don't thank him what he's done since then, though. Richard Hepner with a $2 super chat. Mad rush for pitchforks tomorrow, right? And Reaper Cheap, welcome to NTP supporter. Thank you very much for joining. Okay, let's continue. Oh, did we?
Nillik.
Oh, Nillik, I'm sorry, buddy. With a $2 super chat. Funny hearing liberals talk about public trust, right? Isn't that an oxymoron?
I'd like to hear your comments on that, Mr. Yo.
Yeah. No, I appreciate the backdrop. It's been difficult. I mean, there is no easy button when it comes to working with the government. Many corporations die on the vine because of the fact that they just can't handle the actual process for actually winning contracts. I agree with you on the fact that the Canadians are struggling, and some of the people don't understand how to actually process, successful, contracting mechanisms. But in the end, it's very competitive. It's super competitive, and our hardware and software business has shown that in the last 5 or 6 years, where we have put in multiple RFPs and not won them. But certainly, learning the process, whether it's under PSAB or whether it's under a different non-Indigenous side, and how to interact with the government is very long, very arduous, and extremely complicated.
Earlier, you mentioned your billionaire.
I'm afraid that's the time, Mr. Chen. We've gone well over. I know your side does have another spot left, and I know you have more questions. So I will move on to Madame Sinclair Desgagnés. Vous avez la parole pour 2 minutes 30 secondes, s'il vous plaît.
You have the floor for 2.5 minutes, Ms. Sinclair Desgagnés. Mr. Yo, how long have you known or have you been working closely with Mr. Wood from Coredex?
Olin was, he came into Coredex a number of years ago, but again, I've been working at D&D 2 gates deep for a long time, and
oh my God, stop!
Have not exactly a lot of interaction.
Mais vous avez mentionné tout à l'heure que Coredex.
But you mentioned Coredex. and Dalian and how they work with shared services and have been doing so for several years. So how long have Dalian and Coredex been working so closely?
This is where he's getting into a lot of trouble now because he offered too much information early on, and now it's coming to bite him in the ass because all these MPs have been taking notes. Their staffers are like, okay, here's some suggestions on how to, structure the next questions based on what they said. Like, they have teams behind them helping them with this stuff, right? So, so this is where he's starting to get buried because he offered way too much information early on, And how can you say, well, our company, I'm the owner and there's only 2 employees. Our companies, work so closely together, shared services model. But, I'm absent from the company. I have no idea what's going on.
I'm the signatory for the company, but I'm at arm's length.
Yeah, that's all I do. As they put some stuff in front of me and I sign it. Come on.
Oh, come on!
Oh, since the beginning. Since the beginning. I mean, I came to them in 2002 with my first contract.
Vous ne connaissiez pas Monsieur Wood avant?
And you didn't know Mr. Wood before he joined Coredex?
No, I did not.
Savez-vous que?
Do you know that just before coming to Coredex, Mr. Wood worked at Veritech, which on 23rd of February 2009 was found guilty of falsifying supply. They were rigging a bid. Were you aware of that? So Mr. Wood would have hidden the fact that for his former company that he worked for just before Coredex was doing the same maneuvers that that strangely enough, Dalian and Coredex are being accused of today in terms of rigging, and GC strategies in terms of rigging bids. And shortly after 2015, there were other accusations about Mr. Wood, and he left that company and came to Coredex and has been working closely with Dalian. Do you see any link between the potential allegations of bid rigging, which were revealed by the Auditor General's report, and those already done by a firm regarding a firm that Mr. Wood was sales director of at the time?
Yep. No, I can only attest to what I know, and that is I've known Colin since he came to Coredex. I was not aware of his previous employment.
D'accord. Considérez-vous encore travailler?
Are you still considering working with Mr. Wood now that you know that he had him, or not him directly, but the company he was working for, that he was sales director for, was found guilty of bid rigging?
Yeah, it's always a conversation. It'll always be a conversation. So, yes, I'll have
Donc c'est normal pour vous?
So that's to be expected for you? That's normal?
No, it's not normal. Of course not.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
You have the floor for 2.5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I do want to return to the comments you made in relation to one of my colleagues' questions on the doctored resumes. And so the doctored resumes, what do you know about these resumes?
Not much, to be honest.
I was too deep.
In the end, if you talk about what happened between Bottler and GC, they could put anything on there as far as their experience is concerned. And when our relationship is with GC and with the Crown, obviously with CBSA, as our subcontractor.
So how involved were you in the review of Bottler's resumes?
Me personally, 0. I was at D&D, 2 gates deep.
What about your company?
2 gates deep.
My company? Obviously, it was a JV, right? So we obviously had interaction with GC strategies in performing the task authorization requirements, yeah.
And so did GC strategies speak to you as to their use of the company, Bottler?
I'd have to check with our staff and ask them that. I'm not aware of. Obviously, they had to have some interaction,
Here's the thing. Yo's signature would have had to be on the contract with CBSA. Like, they should ask him that. Because he's the only one there that can actually enter into contracts with anybody. So his signature would have been on the contract for Bottler. Like, this guy has said far too much. We know how they operate. We know how they don't operate.
I think you're looking at gift horse in the mouth. A very big gift horse.
What do you mean?
I mean, like, it's great. He's just telling us everything.
Oh, I know. It's just... But the funny thing is he probably thinks he's doing a great job and deserves another medal to pin on his shoulder.
Oh, that's the beauty of it.
So... Reaper Cheap with a $5 super chat. My master just canceled our Disney Plus subscription so I could officially become a member of Northern Perspective. Well, welcome aboard, Reaper Cheap. We're glad to have you. Ravi Says with a $2 super chat. Got to go. Hope Fox is feeling better. Thank you very much. I hope so. She's sleeping. Well, she better be sleeping. Peter Britton with a $5 super chat. Reaper Cheap. The valiant mice deserve to eat too. My little friend. About time he got off the wallet. Congrats. There you go. Okay, there we go. And we're almost done here, folks. Daniel with a $2.79 super chat. 2 guys deep in quicksand. Yeah.
Between the task authorization request and our relationship with GC, but I'm not aware of the details of what they discussed as far as Bottler is concerned.
So these forged resumes that gave preferential access and eventually the awarding of the bid is tremendously disingenuous and is certainly defrauding Canadians. And so I want you to know how serious this issue is and to understand that providing any assistance from your company to the forgery of documents is illegal. Do you understand that?
Absolutely, and that's why we're just as dismayed as everybody else as to why and how we could have got this information wrong.
Whose letterhead were these resumes on?
So I would expect that our relationship as the prime to CBSA, we would have staffed up the package for the task authorization to them as part of the requirements package.
There you
so
go.
it would have gone on Dalian letterhead, but I'm not sure exactly what the interaction or documents or letterhead was.
So you're misrepresenting facts, Mr.
It doesn't matter. If it was yours, you have legal liability of it. Welcome. Put on your big boy pants. This is what it means to be a CEO. You don't just get to, go play with your buddies at the Department of National Defense and have money roll into your bank account and have no responsibility whatsoever. You're screwed.
See, that's completely disingenuous to then say your company never had any access to a Bottler. Your only relationship was with GC Strategies, and then you just now confirm that the resumes that were forged were in your company's letterhead. Is that true?
So again,
can you repeat that? No, Mr. Yo, is what you just said true? Are the forged resumes on your company letterhead?
I can give you the process. I have never.
No, Mr. Yo, can you please answer yes or no to the fact you just submitted?
Well, I tell you this. I understand what the process would be because I understand task authorizations, but I have not seen any of the paperwork.
So you just submitted. You just admitted that you've not seen the paperwork, but you just said you know that the letterhead is on Dalian, or the forged documents are on Dalian letterhead.
Barnaby, this guy seriously seems to think that, well, I didn't see them, so I'm not liable.
Yeah. That's not how it works, kids.
So
not at all.
If any,
and he's up against the worst, because the NDP just hate rich people, right?
Oh yeah.
People that make lots of money, so they're of course they're on this like a dog on a bone.
And again, this is why. This is what happens at an organization. If you take on the role of CEO, you get paid a lot of money for it. However, you take on all of the risk as well. You take on all of the liability. So let's say he's right and he didn't know any of the stuff was going around. Guess what? Doesn't matter. In the eyes of the law, he is liable. He's liable. We'll go to jail. So, but he doesn't seem to understand that. He seems to think, oh, well, this is just a mistake and we'll learn from it. No, buddy, a crime was committed. And you were party to it. You accepted those resumes. You were party to forgery and identity theft. Well done. Enjoy your new cellmate named Bubba. Canadian Commando with a $2 super chat. Reaper Cheap made an excellent choice. I agree. I agree. And Justin Brown with a $2.79 super chat. I was an elected official, and this is malarkey, right?
I can assume that obviously us is the problem.
Hold on. What were you gonna say?
I was just going to say what's disturbing is that we don't know where this is going to go, and it could be months before any real legal action takes effect and happens with these guys. I think that's part of why he's sitting here with a smile on his face, throwing his hands up and pulling the whole, oh, I didn't know, and we didn't see that, and I'll have to get back to you, and all this stuff, is because he honestly, you're right, he just doesn't believe, he just doesn't believe that this is going to end up in a court of law.
No, he just thinks that this is going to be a memo, make sure you put the cover sheet on your TPS reports, and it's going to go away.
The disturbing part is I think there's actually a chance of that actually happening.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. No, the RCMP is already involved. So the Liberals, it is in the Liberals' best interest to find somebody other than anybody in their government accountable.
Well, I think they've got Colin Firth, or they've got Firth at this point.
And and they'll get this guy too.
He's cooked.
This guy as well. He's screwed. He's now admitting in committee that, he's going to try and walk it back, but he's admitting that it would be on Dalian letterhead. He's screwed. Julian Davis with a $2 super chat. Ignorance of the law is not a defense. 110%. Construction LA with a $2.79 super chat. 2 gates deep in the donkey pen, right? Bubba's going to be 2 gates deep on this guy. Endergate with 5 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you very, very much. Let's finish it up, folks.
And us giving CBSA this documentation as a part of the task authorization, likely it would go on Dalian letterhead.
Mr. Yo, this has been extremely disappointing to see this level of misrepresentation.
Your time, Mr. Desjardins. Turning now to Mr. Genuis. You have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Janice.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Yo, your company has 2 people. Is your partner Indigenous?
He is.
He is, okay. You got $7.9 million on ArriveCan alone, even though, as you've testified, you didn't do any actual work on the app. How many Indigenous Canadians, besides you two, benefited from that big fat check that the government wrote to Dalian for ArriveCan?
So our interpretation is that it's 4.9 million, but the aspect
so your interpretation is that you know better than the Auditor General?
I'm just telling you the facts that from our side. And we actually went out to the.
I think that's absurd, sir. But I want to actually focus on the Indigenous procurement component of it. Sure. How many Indigenous people besides you and your partner?
I've stopped the clock, Mr. Jonathan. I will just remind everyone, because this has come up time and time again. The auditor's terms do not allow her to go into companies like the one before us today, Dalian. So that you sent her documents from her perspective could have been irrelevant. You'll all recall that the auditor noted she came up with these numbers based on what the government of Canada provided her. So just that is just a point of clarification for the committee. It doesn't change any of your questions, Mr. Janice. I just wanted to kind of put that out there, that this is an ongoing debate about the scope of ArriveCan, and I think it is an important one. So we don't know what the answer is. That's why these committee meetings are happening. Ms. Janice, you have the floor for 4.5 minutes.
Mr. Yo, besides the 2 people at your company, how many Indigenous people benefited from the $7.9 million that the Government of Canada gave you for the work you did on ArriveCan?
So in reference to the 7.9 million, which is actually 4.9, our actual representation of profit in that helps not only pay our staff, but also helps with our staff augmentation with Karatics as well.
How many Indigenous people? So you're not answering my question. You keep talking about your staff, but there's 2 of you. So okay, there are 2 Indigenous people who benefited, you and your partner.
Yeah.
But how many other Indigenous people benefited from this particular outlay from the government of Canada?
Well, I mean, we do work with the Algonquin College on staffing bursaries and things like that. I do have outreach back to my own, reserve in Alderville. But as far as, benefiting
what does that even mean, though? Like you have reached back, so when you make a lot of money, I don't know. Like how do Indigenous Canadians benefit from you getting this deal?
Yeah. Sure. The PSAB process and the PSAB policy, that's a government policy that we favor because it's a great policy. It's not.
I'm sure you think it's a great policy.
Sorry, it's not made to help Indigenous communities across the country. It's made to help the entrepreneur that's trying to get government contracts to grow his business. So, in that context, it's not made for helping out Indigenous communities across the country.
Okay, so you just said that the government's Indigenous procurement policy, in your view, is not made to benefit Indigenous communities across the country. It's made to benefit the particular entrepreneur.
Wow. You cannot make this stuff up, folks.
That was what I was thinking.
It's not to benefit Indigenous people, it's to benefit me. That's basically what he's saying.
And he wrote the policy, and he had hand in creating the legislation in the first place, or the whatever the
policy. Yeah. This is insane. That he's just like brazenly admitting this.
He doesn't see it. He doesn't understand what he's doing.
No, because otherwise he wouldn't do it. Like, he's making himself look like such a brazen SOB and basically saying, screw the Indigenous communities, I don't care. It's not meant for them. It's meant for people like me. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. Like, it's beyond disgusting. There's not a word. Nilik with a $5 super chat. I have an event security company with 2 partners, but I am the CEO. I address all subjects of liability as that's my obligation of oversight. He's dumb. Completely agree. Completely agree. We have 420 hitter with a $5 super chat. At the beginning, he said he did his due diligence. He clearly did not, or is lying. After Trudeau ran out of question period, and this, it's been a day. Oh, didn't even get to see that. Hunsford with a $5 super chat. Can law enforcement / the courts use committee meeting transcripts as evidence? Yes, they can. 100% they can. Okay. Wow.
It's made to help the entrepreneur get access to government contracting that would allow them to grow the company in whatever fashion they want.
So your position is the policy made you money, therefore it's achieving its objective, regardless of the impact on Indigenous communities across the country.
So that could be your interpretation, but it's not the reality. The reality is.
I was just repeating what you just said, though.
Well, no, you weren't repeating what I just said. But in the context of the PSIB, it's spread out across the entire country, and there's lots of people that are actually working within the framework of that.
No, but sir, that actually isn't what you said before. But to broaden this out, so from what I understand, you've gotten your company has received hundreds of millions of dollars in contracts from the Trudeau government since 2015. That is under the framework of a policy that I thought was intended to actually elevate the conditions that Indigenous peoples in this country are living in. And you're saying, well, no, it's good enough that process made me money. That would seem to go against what Canadians would expect of the policy, surely.
Yeah.
My understanding of the value that you put out was 91 million. I've got it in front of me from 2015 until now. But at the same time, you know, you can look in the PSAB and the PSIB policy, and nowhere will it
Sorry,
state
just because my
that
time's about to
that's
run out, Chair, I'd like to
community.
move a motion that the committee write to INAN to recommend that they investigate abuses in the Indigenous procurement system. I think the need for this motion is self-evident from the testimony that we've received.
Any chance you sent that motion to the
I did
clerk?
send it in advance. It's that the committee write to INAN to recommend that they investigate abuses in the Indigenous procurement system. Thank you.
Very good. Could you distribute that when ready? Done. Perfect. Mr. Desjardins, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Just speaking to the motion, Mr. Chair, and a potential misrepresentation by Mr. Yeo about PSAB contracts. As a matter of fact, 33% of all contracts by PSAB must be completed by Indigenous service providers, including when work is subcontracted. And so, Mr. Yeo, you've spoken a great deal of your experience in working with subcontracting and your expertise of being a contractor of this great magnitude that you can solve all the government's problems with these great general contracting, but you don't actually know the policy. 33%.
A point of clarification.
So I will vote.
We've now moved into debate on the motion. The witness is not to enter debate on this. This is for members to consider the motion. So you can ask rhetorical questions, but the witness will not be engaged in any of this discussion. And I see your hand. Is that a point of order or to speak?
I was going to finish that. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yes, just to clarify, everybody, what's going on. As soon as somebody raises a motion, regardless of who is in the room as a witness, questions between and interactions between the witness and the members that are on committee stops. It's almost as if the witness is no longer there. They're not allowed to speak. They're not allowed to answer. They're not allowed to interject. And the members are not allowed to put questions to them unless it's rhetorical in nature. But that means that they're not actually speaking to the witness. So as soon as a motion is put forth, they immediately go into debate. And that's when members raise their hands when if they want to be on the speaking order to speak to the motion itself. So that's the process. And only when the motion is dealt with can they actually go back to questioning the witnesses. So just so everybody has that as clarification. Doesn't matter to the committee, doesn't matter to the topic, that's what happens. So we've seen it before where Liberals have put in motions or even Conservatives have put in motions and the Liberals end up filibustering, which completely wastes the time of the rest of the committee until the clock runs out. Hunsford with a $5 super chat. There's going to be two guys deep in this guy when all of this is said and done. See, I said it in a roundabout way. You said it in a very direct way. And Commando with a $20 super chat. Consider this reparations for having to listen to this guy. Also, consider this reparations for having to listen to this guy. Also happy I finally got off my chute and became a member. I was a lurker from the beginning and over time felt left out of this amazing community. Bravo, Zulu. Thank you so much for that comment and welcome aboard, Canadian Commando. It's great to have you.
Which leads me to believe that including the motion made by our colleague to refer this to INAN for further investigation, I also think that we should confirm by way of letter, Mr. Chair, to you as to the nature of the PSAB contract policy and refer that with the motion. It'll help them a great deal because they're not used to this kind of stuff, I don't think. But
Sorry, are you proposing a suggestion to the chair or an amendment to the motion?
Not an amendment, a suggestion to the chair. If this motion passes.
Okay, let's cross one
Sure,
at a time.
we'll do it
but
one at a time.
I hear what you're saying, Ms. Shanahan.
I would like to speak to this motion, but I'd also like to have just 5 minutes so we can discuss it. Because again, and you know, this goes to show that this is a committee that's working together. We find elements of this motion very interesting, but we'd like to discuss it with the members so we can come to something pretty.
Yes.
Yeah,
so
maybe
I will.
not
I will
necessarily in front of
suspend
the-
for 5 minutes maximum.
Mhm.
In the meantime, I'm going to try to get additional resources. Mr. Chair, I'm going to have to ask you just to kind of hold firm for a little while longer because we might come back to you for some questions for just one last member. So yes, I'll suspend for 5.
Okay, let me just move ahead and see.
Han, I believe you were first on the speaking list on the motion that is before us.
Thank you, Chair, for giving us that 5 minutes to speak with all colleagues, because yeah, I think it's pretty clear that the testimony that we've heard today is leading us all in this direction to have this request for further investigation by INAN. So I think the wording of the motion is satisfactory to us, but I don't know if my colleague has something that he wanted to add.
So, I have no other speakers. So, Mr. Digital, I see your hand.
Just to Ms. Shanahan's point and to your point, Mr. Chair, it's actually in relation to the content of the letter that's contained within the motion. So I'm not sure if you want to hear my advice on that now or after the vote. But I do believe that the letter that is sent to INAN should include the PSAP policy. That is, so they understand that this is our concern, that there's a significant breach of what is the policy.
Here, my preference is, by coincidence, we have a subcommittee meeting on Thursday. Let's bring it up then. We could probably maybe get some language drafted by the research before then we can look at it. And I will certainly incorporate the views of all members, given that I hope this is going to be a unanimous motion. So anything else to discuss on this? Clerk, please call the vote. The roll call.
Shall the motion, as moved by Mr. Janice, carry? Ms. Bradford? Yes. Mr. Chen?
Yes.
Mr. Jawari?
Yes.
Ms. Shanahan?
Yes.
Ms. Yip?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
Yes.
I wonder if Mr. Yo is crapping his pants right now.
Yes.
Madame Saint-Cloud de Gagny?
If he's intelligent, he is.
And for anyone interested, INAN, that's INAN, that stands for the Indigenous and North American, Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Go back to just finishing up with our questionnaires. Mr. Yao,
affecting First Nations.
Call you back up for your presence. Ms. Yip, you have the last round of 5 minutes. Over to you.
No, we are not going to Miss Yip. Absolutely not.
I think he just said that's the last round.
Yeah, I don't want to hear Miss Yip. Do you?
Oh, no, she's not the last set of questions, I guess. Is there any more after her?
She said that the last round goes to Miss Yip. No.
Okay, that's what he said. I didn't know if he meant like the last round begins with her, or that's it.
I think he meant the last member. So, because there's only a few minutes left in the actual video itself. So.
Oh yeah, okay, so that must be it then.
I'll just check. Yeah, there's 6 minutes left, so that would be it. So, okay, folks. I did not expect a 2-hour committee meeting to go this long, but this guy, there was just so much to talk about with this guy and his testimony. And, you know, if you added up all the time where I was just stunned and like, could barely even say anything because of my reaction to this guy, that probably added up to like 5 or 10 minutes. So, but...
and I kept noticing Diane Sylvain freaking out on different points all the way through this thing.
Hopefully we got them all right, Diane. We try to be accurate. Hopefully we got him right. But yeah, this guy is screwed, man. He is screwed.
Yeah, he really did just hang himself out to dry. I almost feel bad for him in some ways, just because he is so screwed, as you say. But
he should have had a lawyer with him, man. He really, really should have. Like, the lawyer would have been jumping up and down behind him saying, "Don't say anything!"
Well, this is another thing that I saw several people in chat actually suggest, is that perhaps he's a fall guy. Perhaps they know he's the dumbest, he's the lowest, he's the weakest link, so they're just hanging him out to dry.
But he's hanging himself out.
That's why. Well, if they know he's like this, maybe. I mean, it's a bit of that I have to say is a bit of a conspiracy theory. You know, the idea that somebody would be conniving and intelligent enough to put this guy out there, knowing full well he was going to hang himself out to dry.
Wouldn't surprise me based on all this stuff, right? So, John with a 279 super chat, definitely the goofiest spectacle yet. Yeah, I think so. Like, you think that you're at the end of it in terms of the silliness, and then somebody says, no, just wait, hold my beer, please. Let me take the stand. Like, Christian Firth was kind of a disaster last week. Darren Anthony put him to shame. And David Yo said, no, I got this. Who's next? Right?
Yeah. Diane said, I loved Brock's looks, and you were accurate.
Yay. It's nice being accurate. Anyway, we're not going to keep everybody any longer. Oh my goodness. How did that go 5 hours?
It seemed to go by pretty quickly.
That was not meant to go 5 hours. Thank all of you for sticking with us, and thank you everybody who contributed, and thank all of you for hitting the likes, for sharing this out, and we're all back together tomorrow at 9:30 Eastern Time. Bring everybody. Bring them all. And if you're watching this tomorrow on the 20th, it's tonight. Bring them all. Bring everybody. Click on that video, because this is. I'm very excited for people to see tomorrow, and I'm hoping we represented everybody well, because this is what all of you made happen. Diane Sylvain with a $5 super chat. 2 gates deep, and we're not finished. LOL. Right. This guy Yo's going to be called back to committee after they get into this stuff. So anyway, we'll see everybody tomorrow at 9:30. Fox and I will not be speaking. We will be watching with the rest of you. And it's going to be a fun day. So everybody take care. Thank you, Barnaby, for stepping in for Fox. You did great. And thanks, Jester, for doing yeoman's work.
Thanks for having me, and thanks everybody for tolerating my my substitution tonight.
All right, everybody did awesome today. Okay, thank you very much, and we'll see you in the comments. We'll see you tomorrow night on the premiere of our interview with the 4 members of OGO: Stephanie Kuzi, Larry Brock, Kelly Block, and Garnet Jennis, and he will explain to everybody what is it that you do here. Have a good night.
Good night, everybody.